attempt detected. Unverified presence. Signal corrupted. Permission to the light, but something in the air was off to me. Their hands were stained, no purity. They spoke like truth was in their breath, but felt like something masked beneath. A contradiction I couldn't ignore, like something false behind the door. I didn't know what I was seeing then, but now I see the pattern in the eyes. Permission denied. No access inside. I question the form, not just what's implied. Not everything dressed in light is divine. I read through the code, I redraw the line. Permission denied. I'm no longer blind. I don't give authority over my mind. You mimic the truth, but I see the design. No entry remains. This system is mine. You hide in symbols, you wear a disguise. You prey on the weak who don't analyze. Not every force is some beast in the night. Somewhere devotion and call it the light. You wait till the silence, you wait till it fades, then come back stronger through cracks that remain. Sevenfold pressure when nothing has changed, but I broke the cycle, I severed the chain. No ritual saving me, no outside command. I stand in awareness, I take my stand. No empty vessel, no open gate, no fear left here for you to manipulate. I close it all, I lock it tight. You lose your hold, I take my side. Permission denied. No access inside. I question the form, not just what's implied. Not everything dressed in light is divine. I read through the code, I redraw the line. Permission denied. I'm no longer blind. I don't give authority
Have you ever looked at the moon and felt like it was looking back at you? Not just watching, but revealing. Because what if the moon isn't just a rock in the sky? What if it's a lens that reflects everything inside you? Your emotions, your thoughts, your energy. Not creating it, just exposing it. And when that light hits, you feel it. Restlessness, tension, intensity. That's not the moon controlling you. That's you being revealed. Because when your energy is eclipsed, you don't disappear. You fragment. Scattered thoughts, unfocused energy, emotions you can't explain. That's the eclipse. Not outside. Inside. But then the full moon rises. And everything hidden comes to the surface. Amplified. Louder, heavier, harder to ignore. And most people react. They lash out. They lose control. They get pulled by the wave. But emotional intelligence, there's something different. It observes. It doesn't run. It doesn't react. It sees. Because the moment you see it, you can control it. So you center yourself, you breathe, you slow down, you come back to you. Because your energy was never out there. It was always here, inside you. So you stop outsourcing it. No validation, no permission, just source, your source. And when you tap into that, everything changes. Now the energy moves, you create, you build, you express, you flow. Because energy that flows transforms, but energy that's blocked explodes. So you stay aware of your cycles, your emotions, your patterns. You adjust the lens over and over and over again, until one day you realize something: the moon never controlled you. It never held your power. It only showed you what was already there. So don't fear the light. Don't fear the intensity. That's not weakness. That's exposure. That's truth. That's your energy trying to break free. So observe it. Center it. Draw from yourself and let it flow. Because your power was never missing. It was only eclipsed.
Faced the beast, I felt its claws, I've seen its feast. It whispers lies, it feeds on fear, but I stand strong, the path is clear. The shadows crawl, the weak may fall, deception spreads to choke us all. I won't be fooled, I won't comply. I raise my voice, I will not die.
Rise from the ashes, break every chain. Truth is our weapon, fury our flame.
The world may tremble, the night may scream, but we are stronger than what we've seen. I've beaten the base, I've faced the night. Now who stands with me to claim the fight? No more lies, no more deceit. We rise as one, our hearts won't retreat. The beast may roar, it may claw, it may bite. It prowls the dark, it shuns the light. But we are fire, we are steel. We take our fate, we will not kneel. Eyes open wide, hearts burning bright. We move as one through endless night. The lies may try to pull us down, but we are kings and queens uncrowned.
Rise from the ashes, break every chain. Truth is our weapon, fury our flame.
The world may tremble, the night may scream, but we are stronger than what we've seen. I've beaten the base, I've faced the night. Now who stands with me to claim the fight? No more lies, no more deceit. We rise as one, our hearts won't retreat. Step forward, brother, sister, stand tall. Hear the call that shatters the wall. The beast will fall, its reign will end. We are the truth, we will defend. Shout it loud, let the mountains shake. We are the storm, we are awake. From the ashes, from the pain, we rise again, we rise again. I've beaten the beast, I've faced the night. Now who stands with me to claim the fight? No more lies, no more deceit. We rise as one, our hearts won't retreat. I know the beast, I've faced the beast, but we are many, our strength unleashed. Now step into the light, stand and see who skies that measured high and low. Good and evil carved into the mind. A prison built from knowledge undefined. You're trading being for the need to know. A shattered mirror is the world you hold. Now every shadow whispers you're not whole, but that illusion is the greatest. Who taught you you were empty?
Who taught you you were small?
Who taught you to forget yourself?
Call that a fall.
You didn't rise. You descended into division. You didn't gain. You accepted limitation. The fruit was not power. It was perception fraction. You were already gods. Before the fracture, before the cost.
No chains, no throne to climb above.
You were already gods. You were already whole. No missing piece, no distant goal.
The lie was written in your doubt.
Now tear it. Remember. Return. You were already. If we must fall, we fall as one.
Valhalla waits
Beyond the sun. Now I stand where the silence grows, among the ghosts that only I know. I feel your breath in the northern air. You're not gone, you're everywhere. I feel it deep in my bones.
a fire that never dies alone.
Through every scar,
Through every scar,
I carry who we are. I feel it in my blood. The echo of the drums.
the voices of the fallen calling me home.
I am the storm.
I am the same.
I walk through death.
I feel no pain.
The north inside me won't fade away.
I am a Viking.
I remain. The battle ended, but not the war. I hear your footsteps forevermore.
Through endless night, through endless snow.
I follow where the brave ones go. No fear of death.
No fear of pain.
We rise again.
And again and again.
The gods are watching.
The sky turns gold.
Our story lives.
It won't grow old.
I feel it
Deep in my veins.
through every loss.
Through every flame.
Through frozen seas.
Through endless skies.
We never truly die.
I feel it in my blood. The echo of the drums. The voices of the fallen calling me home.
eternal flame.
With every brother,
Lost in war,
we rise in Valhalla once more.
raise your blade into the sky.
This is not the end, we never die. I feel it in my blood, the echo of the drums, the voices of the fallen calling me home.
I am the storm,
I am the flame,
I walk through death.
I feel no pain,
The north inside me
won't fade away. I am a Viking.
I remain. I hear the cold wind calling my name. Through frozen valleys, through fire and pain, we walk together into the storm. Brothers in blood, never alone.
The sky was burning, the ground was red. I still remember the words you said. If we must fall, we fall as one. Valhalla waits beyond the sun.
Now I stand where the silence grows, among the ghosts that only I know. I feel your breath in the northern air. You're not gone, you're everywhere. I feel it deep in my bones, a fire that never dies alone. Through every scar, I carry who we are. I feel it in
My blood, the echo of the drums, the voices of the fallen calling me home.
I am the storm, I am the flame. I walk through death, I feel no pain. The north inside me won't fade away.
I am a Viking.
I remain.
The battle ended, but not the war. I hear your footsteps forevermore. Through endless night, through endless snow, I follow where the brave ones go.
No fear of death, no fear of pain. We rise again and again and again. The gods are watching, the sky turns gold. Our story lives, it won't grow old.
I feel it deep in my veins.
Through every loss, through every flame,
Through frozen seas, through endless skies,
we never truly die.
I feel it in my blood, the echo of the drums, the voices of the fallen calling me home.
I am the storm, I am the flame. I walk through death, I feel no pain. The north inside me won't fade away.
I am a Viking.
I remain. When I fall, don't cry my name. I walk into eternal flame.
With every brother lost in war,
We rise in Valhalla once more. Raise your blade into the sky. This is not the end.
We never die. I feel it in my blood, the echo of the drums, the voices of the fallen calling me home. I am the storm, I am the flame. I walk through death, I feel no pain. The north inside me won't fade away. I am a Viking. I remain. You can see me riding on the pavement. Don't keep it growing in the basement. All in a whole generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah.
I think that we've all had enough.
Yeah, I think that we've all had enough.
Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Whoops, I didn't mean to turn that off, but I did. So we'll just go right in, pretend it didn't happen. How's that sound? Good to see all of you. I really appreciate you being here. We've got a great deep program for you tonight. Tonight, we're talking about Satan, the hidden engine of Christianity. We're talking about the fourth claw of Christianity. That'll become very plain to you as we move forward. I want to thank Cynthia. I want to thank Jim. I want to thank Colleen and other people that contributed Dagger to this deprogram that I've forgotten for the time being. I've got like 20 hours into this, so please try to at least be polite in the chat. You know, it's always kind of iffy. You never know when Jeff's going to get ticked off. So let's try to be nice. Put whatever you want in the chat. You don't have to agree, but just don't get up on your hobby horse and ride it and distract from the deprogram, because I worked too damn hard to put these together. And believe it or not, the thousands of people that will watch this, not one of them came here to hear what you have to think. They came here to hear what I have to think. So I'm coming to you from an undisclosed location somewhere deep in the American heartland, and we are bringing you not your normal Sunday. So let's go ahead and jump right into this. Let's get ourselves rocking and rolling. We will open the phone lines later tonight. Here's the other part we're going to do. I couldn't decide between the two, excuse me, between the two thumbnails. So this is another one, and we're going to show it too, because it makes a lot of sense. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to thank Cindy. She sent me a great $1 donation. I really appreciate it. Well, Jeff, it's only $1, but man, if everybody sent $1, I wouldn't have to be out working, but that's okay. You do what you can, and I really do appreciate it very much. Thanks, Jay Mars. That's kind of the reason that I play it. Now, you know that I don't promote anything I don't use, but this NanoSoma is amazing. David G says that his clarity and ability to think through complicated issues, his focus, it was so enhanced. It brought him through what he thought was a slump, and it lasts all day. Coffee doesn't achieve the same levels of focus and clarity, and after taking it for a long time, his clarity has improved even more. He's talking about NanoSoma in the box below. Not now, but there will be. And you can go to therealgospeltruth.org and click on the NanoSoma logo. I've used it every day for years, and it's amazing stuff. Same with Focus Life Force Focus Life Force. What is it? FLFE, Focus Life Force Energy. But we're talking first about the sauna. If you can at all afford to work far infrared sauna into your life, it is life changing. It's amazing. I've done a lot of research. This relaxed sauna, dollar for dollar, the best sauna on the planet. Again, you can get that at realgospeltruth.org. And if you're on the recording, you will be able to see the link in the box below. And here's Focus Life Force Energy. And it really does change your life. Morose, depressed, feeling a little under it. Well, get your Focus Life Force Energy. They give you a free 30-day, I still believe, trial, or it might be 15 on your home and your phone. It's amazing stuff. It's my longest running sponsor, and it's the thing I've been using the longest. So it's really, really good stuff. So here we go.
You have surely never seen a fox return to repay its savior after being rescued. This fox is being tightly constricted by ropes all over its body. The ropes are wrapped from head to toe, making it impossible to move. No matter how hard it struggles, it is useless. It can only lie helplessly in place, its eyes full of despair as if it has given up hope of survival. Just then, a kind old man with rescue tools slowly approaches the fox. Seeing the trapped animal, his eyes are filled with pity. He slowly approaches, carefully securing the fox's head to prevent it from panicking and hurting itself, fearing that its struggling might worsen its wounds. At this moment, the fox has no idea that the old man is trying to save it. In its mind, anyone approaching is a threat. It does not understand that this man comes with good intentions, so it remains vigilant, shrinking back and trembling in fear. The old man understands this panic well. To quickly save the injured fox without terrifying it further, he does not dare to delay even for a second. He gently holds its head so that it can gradually calm down. For the fox at the end of its rope, the old man's arrival is like a final glimmer of hope. That kind man is its lifesaver. He uses scissors to carefully cut each rope tightly wound around the fox's body. Every movement is extremely gentle, fearing that he might touch its wounds. Strangely, the fox now lies still, its once tense body gradually relaxing. It is as if it has started to understand that the person in front of it is helping. It slowly lets down its guard and obediently cooperates with the rescue, as if it knows the old man is helping it escape death. Another man gently holds the fox's head while the old man quickly cuts the remaining ropes. The fox remains still. This not only helps the rescue go faster but also deeply touches the old man. It is undeniable that this fox is truly very sensible. Thanks to the coordination of the two men, the fox finally escapes the tangled ropes. No one knows why it got stuck here, but being able to escape was already an immense stroke of luck. Even though humans and animals cannot communicate with words, the fox could fully feel the old man's kindness. After removing all the ropes, the old man carefully checked the fox's wounds and found they were not too serious. After some simple treatment, it would likely recover and be healthy again soon. Then, he gently removed the cloth covering the fox's head. At this moment, the fox looked at him silently. Its eyes no longer held the fear or hostility from before, replaced instead by deep gratitude. No one knew how it would find a way to repay the benefactor who had saved its life. And just as many had hoped, the very next day, the rescued fox returned to the old man's gate. It stood in the yard and let out a gentle call, carrying no hint of aggression at all. As if that were its own way of expressing gratitude and remembering that life-saving grace forever.
You know, I just love animals, and I want to let you know that you saw in one of my posts that we had a baby deer that was born in our yard, and as Cynthia and I sat and talked about it, that's the fourth one that's been born in our yard, and we were worried about them being left alone by their mom, but there was a lot of people around. And last night, just as dusk was falling, I heard Barkley bark, and I went out and looked out the window, and sure enough, the two babies that we had been the deer farm for walked away with their mom, and it just does something to you. And I don't know about you. If you don't believe me, that's okay. But I think that there's something about the energy of this place that lets these animals know that it's safe. And I really feel amazingly good about that. So just wanted to share something nice because we're going to get into some deep waters tonight. So let's move on.
Good morning. I'm Deputy Gasala with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Recently being pulled over in the city of Lake Worth today. We're doing an operation for distracted driver, and you drove past me holding the phone with your right hand, manipulating that phone.
Brother, at that point, it's going to be like, you know what, my mistake.
On one hand, you blatantly lied to pull somebody over.
I don't know if you noticed that or not, but this cop insisted that he had seen the lady holding her phone in her right hand. Well, she holds up her right hand and she ain't got none. It's cut off about where my sweater cuts off. But this cop did not back down. He stood his ground like an idiot, and he wrote this lady a ticket. Of course, it got dismissed. But what's wrong with you? If you're a cop, come on, quit being such a-holes, bro. It just is stupid. I thought that was just a good one. Kind of funny and really something to make us think. Look at the shadow. This took place at a Planet Fitness. And Cynthia tells me if you roll this out, that this girl went out and complained, and guys actually confronted this man who's pretending to be a woman. Cynthia tells me it's called onogynephilia or something like that. It is time to start calling these people out, and it's time to start taking some action. We've got to stop and protect our women. And if you belong to Planet Fitness, go in and quit and tell them why you're quitting.
Yo, watch this. That was probably the first meal that homeless dude was going to have that day, and it was already after dark. Can you imagine being such a soulless, spineless individual that you would treat another human being like that for no reason?
Black leaders, what the hell? Black leaders, it's time for you to step up and get control of your people, because we don't want to have to do it. We got a lot of white trash to take care of, but you got to start taking care of your people, because we're not putting up with this anymore. They're making you look bad. Black leaders, autogonophilia, black leaders, step up and start taking control of these thugs, because we don't want to have to. We really don't.
So your watch doesn't actually measure time.
Well, it does, because it's accurate.
It measures the oscillation of a crystal. And the change in the physical state of that crystal has to happen in what we call a certain amount of time. So from one moment to another, physical systems everywhere in the universe changes its state. And that change takes place in what we call time. And that's the only way we can infer the existence of time. But actually what time is, we don't know.
I know what time is. It is an illusory, false principle placed into our realm by the Abrahamic matrix, the invaders from the other side. And time is on our side, because we figured out it's not real. It's an inversion and it's a projection from the Abrahamics, fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix. If you were wondering what that acronym on the screen meant, wake up, get out. So this came to me, I think, from Cynthia. Alex Jones, he doesn't always get it right, but he gets it right some of the time. And he's reporting here, and this has become true. Dagger has confirmed it, who lives in Canada. Canada's become 1984. In Vancouver and other major cities, people are being snatched off the streets and involuntarily committed to mental institutions for criticizing the government. Nicholas Jordan Wagner drew attention to expanding medical tyranny in Canada. Psychiatrists are ordering forced euthanasia, murder of their victims. In the last year alone, Canada has euthanized, murdered more than 100,000 people, and 99% of them are white. There is a war against us. If you want to hear more about that, go to that video that's on the screen there, Jesus Priest, Not What You Think. It's right here on this channel. You can just type in the little hourglass, the magnifying glass, and just put in Jesus Priest, Not What You Think. You'll find it, give you more information about that great subject. So Slay News, again, is reporting that not only have they killed 100,000 of 100,000 people, 99% of them white people, but they're actually allowing psychiatrists to go out and grab people for doing what? Things that psychiatrists think are crazy, which is what we're doing right now. And they take them to holding facilities and they euthanize them the very same day. Well, why is it happening in Canada, Jet? Because it's a test run to see if the Canadians will put up with it. And if they do, and it seems they are, you know they're going to bring it south of the border. Stay vigilant. I've said to you before, there are things worse than death, and that might be one of them. So stay vigilant, cousins. Stay vigilant.
90% of Turning Point's chapters are fake. Turning Point USA is being exposed. You think Candace Owens is calling them out? Take a listen to what the founder of National Ground Game uncovered and is exposing. And then I'll explain to you what this all means and why they do this.
On Thursday, we dropped our first part of our docuseries on Turning Point, where we exposed their ghost chapters. And what we found was about 90% of their chapters are completely fake and made up. And we even went ahead and tested this theory by going ahead and creating a chapter of our own. Here it is. And Tyler Boyer, who's an executive at Turning Point and is responsible for overseeing these chapters, started to really crash out. Overcompensate, what he's been doing over the past couple days is retweeting a bunch of these like Club America things going on. And this is what he recently reposted right here, where it says that they registered 30 people to vote, but are these 30 people in the room with them? I don't see them in any of these pictures. Let me just tell you guys something in all seriousness. I've had a lot of trouble sleeping after talking to these ex and current Turning Point staffers. Honestly, the shit that they've been through is so beyond unacceptable. It's criminal, and the world needs to know about these things.
So they claim to have 3,500 chapters across the nation. But when they tell people, especially people with lots of money, that they have over 3,000 chapters across the country, well, it's easier to secure donations. An estimated $100 million in donations annually. And I'm almost positive that I heard Charlie Kirk requested an audit be done on the company. Does this have anything to do with maybe what happened to him? I don't know, just asking questions.
And if you think that it was all A-OK before the Charlie Kirk event, you're wrong. Christianity is fake and G-Y. You got the wrong thing, flat earthers. It's Christianity that's fake and G-Y, and that's why you guys are by and large too. And I'll have more to say about that, not tonight. But I keep hearing all these statistics quoted. Christianity's bigger than ever. So many people are coming back to the church. Yeah. Just like Turning Point USA has registered over 30,000 new chapters. They're not real. You're right, Kirsten. It's a scam, and so is Christianity if you start actually looking at the numbers.
This right here, so let me just show you this right here. This is all silver. This is the largest statue of silver in the realm in 1893. Okay, look at that statue. All pure 100% silver. So I have started to think about all the silverware, all the silver that people are buying, jewelry, gold, anything that they sell at the store, all they're doing is reselling people the silver and gold and materials that they had from the World Fair after they demolished it and destroyed it.
So if you haven't figured it out, this guy's right. But it's also why all of these Abrahamics presenters are so-called precious metal whores. They all want you to buy silver. They all want you to buy gold. It's supposed to be safe. They know you got it, and if they want it, they'll come get it. They've been taking our silver and our gold. There's an old saying that says, he that has the silver and gold makes the rules. Who's making the rules? Jay Mars? One thing I'm sure of, Charlie had a lot to do with that certain country in the Middle East. No doubt about it. He was as fake and as fraudulent as it is today.
Yeah, it's important to know your rights in a public space. Check this out.
Behavior and, but in general, I think it's, oops, sorry. Trying to pay attention.
So we're gonna ask you to leave the market due to the videotaping and interviewing our customers.
Sure.
We've asked you nicely to leave.
So
I'm
what
asking
policy
you once
or
again-
city code am I breaking?
I'm asking you once again to please leave our market area.
So what policy or city code am I breaking?
Ma'am, I'm going to ask one more time and then I'm not asking.
What'll
Please
happen?
leave
What'll happen if I
the
don't
market.
leave? What's going to happen if I don't leave?
So basically the way it is right now is this is private property for the farmers market.
Okay.
They don't want you guys on property.
Okay.
You're welcome to step off of property, which is anything outside of the cordoned off area. But that's fine. So at this time, you guys are being trespassed, okay?
Okay. So we just went through this in Lakeland, downtown Lakeland, for there's farmers market. Who owns this street?
This street?
Yeah.
This will be owned by the city.
So this is hold on, Justin, I've got it.
It's owned by the city, but right now it's being
Okay.
rented out as a private event.
Yeah. So this isn't a private event. It's
So they are starting already to severely limit our access to be able to share our truths and our visions. But you know what? And Cynthia's going to cringe when she hears this. This lady's inspired me. We got a farmer's market in our town, and I think I'm going to take the conspiracy crusade out to the street. We'll see what happens, folks. They're faking it again. Get ready for the new hoax, same as the old hoax. Don't fall for it this time. Whoops, I doubled that one, my bad.
Kamal Salim was born in Lebanon to a devout Muslim family. By his 20s, Kamal was chosen to wage cultural jihad on America.
I thought, I'm anointed, I'm unique, I'm selected. I'm coming to a country and a culture to change it, and I have the power of Allah with me.
But one afternoon, his life would be in the hands of those he hated the most.
On that day, I had a car wreck. The car wreck was so severe, I ejected out of my car, landed on my neck, broke my neck in 2 places. The orthopedic surgeon in the emergency room looked at my chart, and he just said, son, we are going to take care of you, and everything's going to be all right.
At first, Kamal was frightened by their words, because these men were all Christians. Kamal had no one, so the orthopedic surgeon opened up his own home to this stranger.
In his home, they put me in their choicest room, and the most beautiful thing, I became like part of their...
Blah, blah, blah. Kamal, the Islamic, becomes a Christian, and we've got one big, great, happy Abrahamic family. Somebody just asked, is Islam growing faster in the U.S. than Christianity? I would say definitely, for sure. But we've got to understand, as I've proven, that it's the same damn religion. Proto-Abrahamics, Judaism. Second wave Abrahamics, Christianity. Third wave Abrahamics, Islam. It's all the same stupid game. And why great formerly heathen people are turning their back on their gods, their goddesses, their ancestors, their brothers, their sisters. I don't know, but I'm going to keep trying to do what I can to stop it. And here's a real shocker. Donald Trump's son just married the daughter of Jeffrey Epstein's banker. Are you surprised? If you are, you still think there's a Trump conundrum, but there's not. There's just a Trump con. Both Ivana, who was his first wife, and Ivanka were in Mr. Jeffries, the other Jeffrey, not me. They were in his little black book. And the funniest thing happened in July of 2022. Ivana, Trump's first wife, she somehow stumbled and fell down the stairs and died. About 14, 22, what is that? 8 days before she was supposed to give a sworn deposition before the New York's Attorney General's office about the Trump organization. Oh boy, she couldn't testify because she fell down her stairs. How coincidental. It's not a Trump conundrum. It's a Trump con. And it's time you wake up to that. And she said, the last time I saw my 3 children, they were at the top of the stairs the day before I was to testify against their father. So let me show you that large first. But let me just wax conspiratorial. Let me just ask some questions. The last time she saw them, they were at the top of the stairs. What are the chances they gave her a little assist in her stair tumbling? I just ask the questions. You provide your own answers. And I keep telling you, if we'll just hold on and do what we're supposed to, no, forget that, not hold on. If we'll do what we're supposed to do, we're going to get some help. And I want you to take a look at this. I'm going to keep showing you these because they keep proving us. Look at this, a saucer.
¡Wow!
Y se movió.
Sí, se movió. Estaba entre las nubes ahorita.
No, y la forma cambió. Como que
Se giró, sí.
Ajá.
Solín Salarra.
Solín.
Con toda la intención del corazón.
Y tiene como una esfera alrededor. No es como...
Sí, la veo, la esferita.
Como amarilla.
Solín Salarra. Familia estelar. ¡Uy! Sentí como que parpadeó, pero no sé.
They are not aliens.
Chicos, qué hermoso.
But it rhymes with aliens. That's why they want you to think it's demons. So let's take a little bit of a look here. You know, I kind of do this running little series, the word. I don't think that word means what you think it means. And in this case, I'm talking about the Bible, and this goes directly to what we're talking about. You're familiar with Genesis, the first chapter. And God, which means Elohim, says, let there be light. And then this God, who we are told is the God of the Bible, divided the light from the dark, called the light day, the dark night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. Well, if you look at this in an esoteric way, and I think Colleen sent this, we are divine. And we came out of darkness. We'll talk a lot about that tonight. The womb is dark. And as soon as we came out of that darkness, we are cupcaked. We are cupcaked and indoctrinated. When we want to sleep and rest, where do we go? We go to the dark. And a lot of times when we sleep and rest, we wake up with great realizations. Does our daemon, the beings that help us, which the Christians perverted and inverted into demons, do they especially connect to us in the darkness? Now, the MK Ultra drugs, which, and the word is pharmakia, they use light to create this vision, this perception, which in my opinion is false. Yes, we're told that Jesus is the light, but he's not the divinity. We're going to talk about it tonight. And I think if you study, darkness is the real divinity, and inside of us is darkness, and that is the true esoteric light. And by the way, it wasn't until the fourth day that the sun and moon came forth. For what? For signs. And if you remember, Jesus said signs are for a wicked, who asked for signs? A wicked and an adulterous generation. Yet all of these Christians are looking for a sign. And the perverted, occulted, hidden truth is that the signs are really for the people that the Christians consider wicked and adulterous. And of course, that's us. It's time for us to see the signs. So if the sun didn't start until the fourth day, what was causing the plants to grow on day 1, 2, 3? Could it have been the dark star, the black sun? And if you want to hear more about this, go to that video that's on the screen, Flat Earth, the beginner level. This is one of the biggest reasons why I'm convinced that Flat Earth has been hijacked. It should be an entryway into enlightenment, but now it's become a way to hijack people that are asking questions and questioning answers and lock them back into the Abrahamics, fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix, because we all know that they say space is fake and gay, and yet the real answers and the real truths of our realm come from space, whether you like it or not. And here's a little thing from Santos. I don't love everything that Santos does, but this is a good one. Check this out.
Well, you see, the globe is a container, and it's a container of all the known land. And you see, have you heard of such a thing as no-fly zones? For instance, you can't fly in certain areas near the Arctic Circle or the Antarctic Circle. The reasons being is because there are lands there that we're not supposed to know about. I'll give you one example. Sir Captain George Hubert Wilkins, a contemporary of Admiral Byrd, he flew beyond Antarctica 5,000 miles, according to his records, and he said that he found there many, many lands and peoples 5,000 miles beyond Antarctica. That's just one example of an explorer who has found lands that are not at all on any of our maps. They are excluded from all of our maps. That's why international pilots have such a thing as no-fly zone, because they don't want those lands to be discovered.
So riddle me this, my flat earth friends. You say you believe almost to a person that these additional lands do exist, that there's a lot more lands on this earth that makes up a big part of flat earth theology. But then you want to say, instead of talking sense, you just want to say, where's the curve? Space is fake and gay. Well, can I just ask you a question? If there's a lot more lands on this earth, and we all believe that we're being lied to about the earth, but if there's all these extra lands on the earth, is there a possibility that the earth is a whole lot bigger than we know? And if it's a whole lot bigger than we know, it could contain a lot of these extra lands that are being hidden from us. And if it's a lot bigger, then maybe that's why we can't see the curve 5, 6, if you're really tall, 7 feet from the surface of it. And I've been in an F-15 at ceiling. If you have, go ahead and weigh in, but you haven't. So if anybody has the right to ask this question, I think I do. And I would just like an answer that is intelligible from you. Is that too much to ask? And I'm going to go into this not tonight, but if you study flat earth, we're going to go into this not tonight, you find out that the flat earth is much more aligned with Hebrew culture than it is with heathen culture. Because you see, true esoteric enlightenment is still possible, but only outside the Abrahamic matrix. Christianity and all Abrahamic religions have evolved through plagiarism, thievery, inversion, redefining, polemics, you're fake and gay, reinterpretation. And the biblical tradition both inherited, i.e. stole, and then went to argue against our heathen truths. And that tension today is occulted or hidden by movements like Flat Earth, in my opinion. And Flat Earth is part of the fourth claw of the Abrahamics matrix. So why is it so popular? Because they appeal to direct surface level human perception. They create this sense that they're finding hidden truth. It creates this false sense that they're rejecting authority. It makes everything simple and emotional. But the biggest problem for the modern flat earth movement, and the biggest reason, in my objective opinion, for the flat earth movement is that it has been instilled by, and it is still one of the leading defenders of, the Abrahamics thought matrix. You can't say you're for truth if you're not for all truth, which includes investigating the Bible. It's time for us, I think, to thoughtfully contrast, and it might be time to stop mocking believers on either side. But of course, that is the Abrahamicsite modus operandi, which is sort of my point. And this is a book I'll be writing and a deprogram we'll be having, but not tonight. Does the Bible even teach flat earth? So we got a lot of exciting stuff coming up. But tonight we're going to jump right into this. We're going to jump into Satan, the fourth claw, decoded. Satan, the fourth claw, decoded. I think I put my other one up here, because I love this one. The black sun beginning to take the light off of the Jesus character. And the question we ask tonight is Satan the hidden engine, the thing that drives Christianity? Without hell, could Christianity even survive? Think of 10 Christians that you know. Chances are really good that 9 of them are there because they have purchased eternal fire insurance. So I want to ask a crazy question tonight. And I'm going to try to remain as objective as I possibly can. And I want to ask you to consider this with me. Could Satan be the real power behind Christianity? And tonight, we just want to explore some ideas. We just want to explore some symbolic interpretations. And the main question that I hope you'll ponder tonight is this. What if fear and not love, as we're told to believe, and since we mentioned Talking Points USA, Charlie Kirk was always, oh, Christianity is a religion of love. Well, is it really? Let's investigate that tonight. Let's be honest enough and brave enough to ask questions and question answers. Because what if fear and not love is the engine that drove the institutional dominance in our world today of Christianity? And I'm going to call you to Psalm 111:10. And if you see that, it's 1111. That's a 4. But even more than that, it's a double 11. 11 is the perfect number of manifestation. And I don't think it's any coincidence. Well, I think it's a coincidence that they would use 11:11. But be that as it may, because this is where it says the fear of the Lord, the God of the Bible, is the beginning of wisdom. And all the Christians will say, oh, that just means revere. Well, I showed you the word right there. It's word 3374. And it means fear. It means to be afraid. It means to be terrified. Terrified. Doesn't mean to revere. Look it up in other occurrences in the Bible. How do you account for that within your Christian theology? It's just a question. And then when we look at the context in the rest of that passage, we see that the fear, the terror, the fright of the God of the Bible, that's the beginning. And that word is reshith, as you see on the screen. It means the beginning, the first, the chief, the most important, the choice part of the wisdom, so-called, of the Bible godling. So fear is the main motivator, according to the Christians, of their what they call wisdom. And that word wisdom is very, very interesting. I'm going to show this large on the screen. I know some of you are on phones, but you can go back later and check this out. The word wisdom is the word chokmah. Chokmah. The word chokmah. That is the word for wisdom. And that's a very, very interesting word, because the word chokmah relates directly back to Hebrew Kabbalistic wisdom. And I would just ask you, do you really want to base your eternal destiny on Hebrew Kabbalistic wisdom? And if you notice right here, the second Sephiroth, these are called, is chokmah. So fear is what drives you. It's the beginning thing that drives you into the Kabbalistic, Jewish mystical knowledge of the God of the Bible. And if the God of the Bible is all about causing fear and dread and fright, I would ask you to consider, as we move on, who's really the God of the Bible? Who's about fear? Who's about terror? Who's about scaring people? Who's really the true God of the Bible? I hope you'll consider that with me tonight. And awesome, it's the same word, feared. Awesome is his name. And chokmah, just so you don't have to take my word for it, it's the biblical Hebrew word for wisdom. It's translated as wisdom, skill, or prudence. And it also relates to not only divine wisdom, but in the human skills and crafts for warfare. Can you think of a reason why the Abrahamics would want to keep people like me wearing the, what's this called? I can't remember the helm of awe. I believe this is called, a great heathen symbol. Why would they want us to not learn warfare? That's very interesting. And you can see there circled that I'm not making it up. It is chokmah. And here's the interesting part about this. As you look at this, you say, oh, that's on the right-hand side. But what you have to understand, folks, and let me show you this. What you have to understand is that when you enter the Kabbalistic tree of life, you don't walk into it like this. You back into it. So if you're backing into the Kabbalistic sphere of life, the Kabbalistic tree of life, if you're backing into this, Chokmah is not on the right hand. It's on the left hand. Left hand knowledge. We are fighting back, Jay Bing. We are fighting back. We are fighting back. I thought you might find that very, very interesting. And Chokmah, it's not just ordinary knowledge. It is pure Hebrew wisdom. And I would just ask you as a Christian, if you're a Christian identityist, if you're a Christian nationalist, are you okay? Are you okay? James is right. They don't want us to learn war because we might retaliate. Are you okay with your spirituality being based on pure Hebrew wisdom? Are you okay with having the flash of your insight be Hebrew insight? Are you okay with Hebrew inspiration before your words? Are you okay that your first and primary motivation of all movements is the Hebrew consciousness? It's your choice, but I'd like you to know that you have one, and I just wonder, are you okay with that? Is that all right with you? And an interesting thing to note is that this word Chokmah relates to the divine Hebrew masculine principle, the masculine principle. And let me break this down for you just a little bit more. And I want to ask you a question, and I want you to give me some answers in the chat if you can. I used to go to the Bible Hub and flow through it all. Now I've begun to clip these and put them out for you to see. Is it easier for you to follow the deprogram if I'm rolling through Bible Hub? That would be a 2. If you think it's better the way it is, give me a 1. I'm always looking for feedback from the cousin. So Chokmah is pure Hebrew wisdom. It's Hebrew insight, and it's Hebrew inspiration before your words are even spoken. In Galatians 5:16, which I find interesting because it's 6:6. 6 is the number of man. So it's a double 6, a double imperative. That's the strongest language in the New Testament, like verily, verily. And it's also the number of books in the Bible, which I find very, very interesting. It says, walk in the Spirit. You get your illumination. You get your inspiration. Thank you, folks. You get your very thoughts from Hebrew Holy Spirit. Is that okay with you? And then Proverbs 14:12 says, there's a way that seems right to a man. Why do we want a mixture of, oh, I see what you're saying, Fast Red. I like that. Okay. There's a way that seems right. That word right means to be straight, right, upright, and righteous. There's a way that seems right to a man, a natural man. There's a way that seems right to the last generation of real humans, of which you're potentially a part. Most of you are, but you're potentially a part if you listen to the sound of my voice. Is it okay that you're leaving that? Because there's a way that seems right to straight, right, upright, righteous, individually great and mighty men of high degree. That's us, the heathens, the last generation of real humans. There's a way that seems right to us, naturally, intuitively, the same way that seemed right to our ancestors. And it still seems right to us. Even I watch you Christians struggling and flailing to justify, because you know deep in your heart, man, boom, something feels right. But this Hebrew wisdom, this Hebrew Chokmah, tells us that the ends thereof are the ways of death. We know that they're projecting. We know that they're inverting. So the ways of natural man really aren't death, they're life. They're life. Do you want to depend on Hebrew wisdom? It's up to you. It's up to you. And I'll prove it to you even more from their scriptures. 2 Corinthians, let me show you this because it gets blurred there. Let me show you this. 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse number 5. We Hebrews take captive every thought. See, that's what Chokmah does. Chokmah becomes your very inspiration. Chokmah becomes the very blink, if you will, the very intuition that even forms your thoughts before they come out. So if you're long enough in the fear and guilt, blood magic, Abrahamic's mind control matrix, you don't even think like a natural man anymore. You don't even think like a heathen man anymore. But your very thoughts become captive. They become slaves to be obedient to the Christ. We know Christ doesn't mean a dude. Christ means the flow, the anointing. So you're outsourcing your very thoughts to the Abrahamic fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix. Is that okay with you? I'm just asking. Yeah, who wants to be taken captive? Good one, Jama. And this is what they mean in 1 Corinthians 2:16. We, once we submit to the Hebrew matrix, we have the mind of the outsourced flow of divinity that they call the Christ. Is that okay with you? You say you're a truther. You say you think for yourself. You say you're strong. You say you're independent. Yet even your very thoughts you've outsourced to the Abrahamic fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix. And I just want to give you a little instruction here on who the Hebrews are. Who are the Hebrews? If you want to follow them, that's your choice. If you want to be one of them, that's your choice. But what are the Hebrews? Well, watch this. Hebrew, the word Hebrew, of course, it's a Hebrew word in the Old Testament, and it's word number 5676. You've got to begin to see how and why they do things. It's word 5676. So if you add that up, as you see on the screen, if you add up the 5, the 6, the 7, and the 6, what do you get? You get 24. Then if you add the 2 and the 4, what do you get? You get the number 6, which is the number of man, natural man, who they're trying to destroy. That's the Hebrew mindset. And what does Hebrew mean? It means those from the region beyond, those from the other side. Oh, Jeff, you've got to understand. That just means they're from the region beyond, the region across, the region on the other side of the Jordan River. It's just the Jordan River, Jeff, no big deal. That's what they tell us. And I guess I have to give the Christians a break because they're not even thinking for themselves anymore. They're literally have become walkie-talkies, or really NPCs that just regurgitate what the Hebrew matrix puts in their minds. So Christians tell us, it just means from beyond, across the other side of the Jordan River. I thought it might be interesting to see what the Hebrews tell us. Who do the Hebrews say they are?
In fact, we're not coming from here. We came from there. Like this. This is Israel at their root. So we went through such a route that took us inside by what's called the shattering of the vessels. And really, this isn't our place. We're coming from a completely different place. So from this entire planet, we are aliens. We're coming from a different galaxy. But in fact, it's coming from our original planet. I'm telling you seriously, it's even more than that. It's not a different galaxy, it's a different universe. It's a different dimension altogether. That's who we are.
So you can believe the Christians if you want to. You can believe the Christians when they say, oh, don't worry. Hebrew being from beyond, Hebrew being from the other side, just means they're from the other side of the Jordan River. Or you can believe what the Hebrews themselves tell you, that they're from another planet, another universe, another galaxy. They're from another dimension. They're aliens. But the Christians have been shattered. You heard him say it. They've been so shattered that now they're parrots. Polly want a cracker? They're parrots. Just repeating the Abrahamics alien messages that come into their head. So you can believe the Christians if you want when they tell you who the Hebrews are. But what if the Christians are wrong? What if the Christians are wrong? Because if they're wrong about who the Hebrews are, then they're wrong about what the Hebrews are. And remember, he said, this is all Israel. And all these Christians, we're Israel. The Christian identity is, we're Israel. The Christian nationalists, we're Israel. If you're Israel, you're alien to this planet. So if you believe who the Christians say they are, don't worry. But if you believe who the Hebrews say they are, this might interest you because it's not so much who they are, even though that's very important, but what are the Hebrews?
This is Israel at their root.
Who's the chief of staff that sent this command unit?
Him, the Creator. Israel is a part of him.
So, seemingly this chief of staff sent this command unit?
Sent the commando, gave them strength, gave them the connections, everything. And if they're connected to him, but they have no choice. He broke them. He shattered them. What does it mean? In order to put them inside the hostile land, he had to give them the same form of that hostile land. It's like we go into a country as an undercover team. And each one of us is exactly like the people of the land. So we'll take on the same shape and form of the people. The characteristics, traits, approach, interests, everything. The same exact form, inside and out. As we are there, you know, it's like an undercover agent. He is there for a while, no one touches him, he has to start working, build a house, family, everything is fine, okay, for years and years. After that, he starts doing something. He gets a reminder from outside. You got to start working. You know, he already forgot about it. And all of a sudden, they call him, here is your commander, this and this and that. You know, like in the movies. And like in Jason Bourne. And this is what's happening with us. We have to wake up. We have to remember that we have a special mission. And really, this isn't our place. We're coming from a completely different place. So we have to find our friends according to this awakening. Did you get a phone call? I got a phone call. He got a phone call, and so on. And then we gather as a group. How do we conquer it? We're also sent the method. We're being shown everything gradually. We're being taught. Not taught, but kind of being trained, activated, and then that emotion and mind awakens in us. But in fact, it's new to us, but in fact it's coming from our original planet. And thanks to that original natural force we have, we will take over. We'll take over those living on Earth.
As you listen to that, you can't help but see the blatant Christian ideology in that. We have to wake up. We have to find our group. We have to act together. Did you get a call? Did you get the call of God? I got the call. Did you get the call? We're called. And we've got to take over this country. They look like us. They act like us. Jeff, what's so bad about heathens becoming Christians? Well, if you believe the Christians, nothing. But if you believe the Hebrews, and this isn't really about the Jews, the most part. The most scary part is this is about Christians. Christians are, you worry about the Islamic sleeper cells. I'll say this tonight without fear of contradiction. The Christian sleeper cells in this country are far more dangerous to us than the Islamic sleeper cells, because at least we know who they are. But the Christian sleeper cells are going to get a call. They're going to get an activation. Remember, all their thoughts come straight from the Hebrew Messiah. They're going to get this call. They're going to get the activation. And then they're going to start doing acts of warfare against us. We've already had their own people tell me to my face they're just pretending to be nice, and at first chance they'll shoot us in the back in a second. And then he repeated it, in a second. You might want to sit with this for a while. You might want to sit with this for a while. The Hebrews tell us who they really are, and then they use their Christian hand puppets. It's okay, Jeff. It's okay, Jeff. Don't worry. Christ is king. We was kings. We the real Jews. We Israel. Don't worry, Jeff. It's okay. Ain't it, folks? It's okay, right? Wow. Have you ever heard these things? I'm the best in the world at what I do. I'm often imitated, but never duplicated, baby. And I've got them all shook up. There's a reason why you're here, and there's a reason why they all hate me. I'm just trying to bring you some truth. I can bring you the truth, but I can't make you think. But I hope you'll start asking some questions and questioning some answers. So it's the masculine principle of their God is this chakma. It's the masculine principle of their God. Why is that so important? Because it's masculine. Chakma is masculine, and that's your left-hand path. You back in to the Sephiroth. You back into the Kabbalistic tree of life. So it's left hand, bad, dark, bad knowledge. And it's masculine knowledge. But did you know that in the Bible, in the New Testament, the word for wisdom in the New Testament is Sophia. Wisdom, cleverness, learning. What they say is evil. What they say leads to death. It really is good, and it really leads to life. They say it's dark, and it is, but dark is the real light, and light is the real dark. It's an inversion. It's a projection. So do you want to have wisdom? Do you want to be clever? Do you want to learn? You got to get out of that chakma, because Sophia is feminine. So the alien Hebrew chakma is the diametrical opposite of the heathen Sophia. It explains the Christian hyper-masculinity, the ortho bro mentality, the get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich mentality with which they treat women, and the degradation of the feminine on earth as well as the divine feminine. I hope somebody's picking up what I'm laying down, because I'm preaching my ass off tonight. Nice to see you, Sub-Zero. I'm preaching my ass off tonight, trying to help you folks, and trying to help some fools. What if fear became the engine that institutionalized Christianity? The fear, the dread of the Lord, the God of the Bible. That's the very beginning of their chakma. But they got to confuse you. Somebody said, oh, they go to the New Testament, Jeff. Well, the New Testament says all the wisdom, the fear of the God of the Bible is the beginning of all wisdom. Chakma. But yet John turns around and says, there's no fear in love. I'm confused. There's no fear in love. And in fact, perfect love will drive out all fear. And how do you know they're talking about fear? Because it involves punishment. And the one who's in fear of punishment cannot, will not ever be perfected in love. So let me ask you a couple of questions for your consideration. If there's no love in fear, and if fear casts out perfect love, then does the God of the Bible really love you? And I'm going to ask a hard question. I might step on some toes. And if you are a Christian because you're afraid of the punishment of eternal fire, I would be a rich man if I had $1. Hell, if I had a dime, if I had a penny for every time somebody's told me, Jeff, wouldn't it be better to be a Christian and be wrong than to be a heathen and be wrong and spend forever in the lake of fire? A lot of you think that way. Even the great, brilliant Robert Stanley has become a Christian. I wonder if he thought that way. But if you noticed, love, perfected love, love for your people, love for your ancestors, love for your gods, love for your goddesses, will drive out fear. Not maybe, but will. Do you want to live free of fear? I got a plan. It comes from our gods and our goddesses and our ancestors. It sounds just like a trap, J. Bing. If he's forcing you to love him so you can avoid the punishment of eternal fire, which, by the way, isn't real, and if you love him because you're hoping to avoid the punishment of eternal fire, does he really love you, and do you really love him? Does it start to sound possible that it's fear and not love that is the engine that has institutionalized Christianity into the dominant mind frame of at least half the earth? Just asking questions. Just questioning answers. And just to remind you, the word means fear, terror, respect. So let's just say that, because reverence is in there, but let's just say that there's 4 words there. Are you willing to take a 50-50 chance on a Hebrews word? I don't know if that's your decision, but let me ask you this. Would it interest you to know that that word is phobos? And do you know what phobos is? Phobos is the larger of Mars's two natural moons. Let me show you this. It's the larger of Mars's two natural moons. Discovered in 1877. Do it with me. 1 and 8 is 9. And 7 is 16. And 7 plus 16. Now I'm lost. 8 and 8 is 16. And one more makes 17. If you subtract 7 from 1, you're right back at 6. And it was interesting. The U.S. Naval Observatory discovered Phobos. And it's named after the god of fear and panic. Wow. It's almost like some things that are starting to add up. And Phobos is a small, irregular, and heavily cratered moon of Mars. This reminds me of the esoteric, intellectual, and even testosterone levels of Christians. Yes, you do, the kid. You need a straw man to get to heaven. I think they're small. I think they're irregular, and I think they're heavily cratered because we've been banging on them for going on 13 years now. And it's the most closest moon to the planet because he sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, and he's making a list. He's checking it twice. He's going to find out who's naughty and nice because he's punishing you if you don't get it right. And Phobos has long been a symbol of fear. And in love, there is none of that. And oh, by the way, I'm sure it means nothing, but Phobos is 6,000 kilometers. 6,000 kilometers from the surface. 6,000 kilometers from the surface. Just throwing out some seed for you. Yeah, just because your sound is bad doesn't mean everybody's sound is bad. You know, do the normal things, restart, stuff like that. Mars happens to be the 4th planet. Sabbath. It's also known as a red planet, which is anger and war. And Jesus himself said, God so loved the world that he gave his only son so that whoever believes in him won't have to be destroyed, won't have to perish, won't have to be thrown in the lake of fire. So if you fear the lake of fire enough to accept the Son, to think that you've got original sin and they got the only Savior in town, and you come to him to save you from the sin he gave you, then you can avoid punishment. Then you can avoid punishment. That ain't love, cousin. And if you remember, Rabbi Laitman said that they're here to destroy the peoples of the earth. And by the way, Mars is desert and rocky-like. Kind of reminds me of that Middle East. Its surface is about 1/3 its surface gravity. Mars's gravity is 1/3. Reminds me of the so-called fallen angels, which is a lie. And Mars is covered with dust. Dust. And, the first man was made of the dust of the earth by Yahweh. Do they plan, just asking the question, do they plan to do the same thing to the earth as they did to Mars? How do you know that this was their first stop from their other dimension? And like Ecclesiastes 5:20 says, from ashes to ashes, from dust to dust. If you believe you're from dust, then that's an issue. But you don't have to believe you're from dust. You don't have to believe you're from dust. Deep thoughts tonight. The Bible God formed his man from the dust of the earth. And even if you're a heathen which wasn't formed from the dust of the earth, but you submit to their matrix, then you are still a dust being, a golem. Golems are made out of what? Mud, which is dust and water. And by the way, Mars is a wandering star. Wandering, you've heard of the wandering Jew? Christians say they're the real Jews, the real Israelites. And it's a wandering star, but stars are fake and gay. Do you see why the, at least originally, honorably minded people now trapped in flat earth are being trapped in flat earth? Because they came to flat earth thinking, but now they're locked into not thinking and being locked into the fear and guilt, blood magic, Abrahamic's mind control matrix. And with that thought, let me just take a little segue, little detour. And Colleen brought this to my attention. What if Yahweh's not even really a God? What if the God of the Bible is not even really a God? I don't think he's a God. I would say at best he's a godling. But what if he's not? Have you ever considered volcanoes, dragons, and Yahweh? Have you ever considered that the God of the Old Testament might not be a godling at all? Let's take a peek at the Armageddon Code. And you know the probes have been active on Mars continuously since 1997. 10 probes simultaneously operate in their orbit more than any other planet beyond Earth. Why? Just a question. So as I get to this volcano part, you know that Mars is now, after its destruction, emblematic and dominated by volcanic activity? And that since the Mariner 9, which is a 6 upside down, in 1972, 10, 17, 1 and 8, 9, nothing there. Volcanoes, redundant, cover a large portion of the Martian surface. Phobos, god of panic and fear, terror and dread, god of war and plague, named by the Sumerians. And Mars has been recorded since 1534. And did you know that Mars rotates in retrograde, the exact opposite of the rest of the universe? The exact opposite of the rest of the universe. Do you find that interesting at all? Do you find that interesting at all? And in the 4th century, there's the 4 again, BCE, before the Christian era, Aristotle, the great heathen, noted that Mars disappeared behind the moon during an occultation or a hiding. Ancient Chinese secret literature confirms that Mars was known by the astronomers in the 4th century. Mars is the fire star. And I just ask this question. I keep reaching out to John, but he doesn't want to reach back. Can't do anything about that. Rabbi Laitman tells us they came from another universe, another planet, another dimension. If Mars was occulted in the 4th century before the Christian era, is it possible that that's when the Hebrews came to Earth? Is that when the original Hebrews, those from the other side, came to our Earth? Is that possible? It's an interesting question. Now, the 5 moving ones in Chinese, if you Google Yahweh, you'll find out he's a volcano god. In ancient Chinese literature, ancient Chinese secret, the 5 moving ones are Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. In ancient astronomy and astrology, which are the same thing, but that's about space, and space is fake and gay, right? That's because the answers are there. And that when they rotate in their heavenly natural cycle, they run consecutively clockwise. But when they get reverse, like Mars is, you get natural disasters, calamities, illness, and disease, which has kind of been what's happened to Earth ever since the Hebrews got here. Makes you wonder why the Chinese people are being attacked, why they've been destroyed. In the 19th century, same time as the Great Awakening, same time as the Christian revival in the United States, the face on Mars was first, started teaching that Mars is populated by intelligent beings then. And Carl Sagan, somebody mentioned him in the chat, Carl Sagan said that Mars has become a arena into which we projected our heavenly hopes and fears. There's a reason for that. There's some reason for that. Because Mars was originally a great heathen civilization, so we can look to it for hope. But the Christians and all the Abrahamics look to Mars as dread, because somewhere in their knowledge, they understand that the Hebrews destroyed Mars before they got here. Helps explain why there's so much science fiction lore, like H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, in which Martians seek to escape their dying planet by invading Earth. What if the Hebrews were defeated on Mars and they fled to Earth? They fled to Earth. But there's another story called the Martian Chronicles, more modern, that says that human destroyers are going to destroy these Martian colonies. I find that very, very, very interesting. And if you want to tell me that's not really a face, a great heathen pagan face, well,
Rudolf of Germany is the name which is given to a man from a very old family we tall white aliens work together with since over 700 years. The tall white aliens, as by now you should know, do not have a physical human form, and because of this fact cannot directly communicate with humans. Because of that, we had to use, in agreement with the family of Rudolf, over the period of 700 years, their oldest male offspring as our transmitter of information. The man you are seeing here, Rudolf, is fully aware of the fact that daily, for a certain amount of time, we tall aliens are using his body to communicate with you. He is then put in a deep hypnotic state after he is being informed that we need his body and it is also convenient for him and does not interfere with his daily affairs. Rudolf, after I give my message or meet personalities out of politics, economics, arts, and religion, then, after my task is done, will awake and go on with his daily life. Rudolf himself has been born in Chile as the offspring of a high.
Now, this guy doesn't have to be completely right. He doesn't have to be completely right, but he's at least very partially right. Do you know I'm really tall at 5'11" compared to the aliens? I'm really tall. And as Jim pointed out, if you're a Hebrew, which if they average 5'8", I'd be really surprised. We are alien. We came here to help save this earth, but we're not really alien, but who we are rhymes with alien. And why are they trying to say that we're all aliens and demons? Well, what would you think about the statement that one race's deliverers are called another race's demons? What would you think about that statement? Pretty interesting stuff tonight, huh? So kind of our core thesis tonight is this. Why do the teachings, even the ones that are attributed to Jesus, oh, Jeff, you don't understand, Jesus is love. Jesus is love. He says those that live by the sword will die by the sword. He says that it's love, but Revelation 19 says he's coming back with a sword to kill everybody that's not Hebrew. Look it up. I've proven it to you a million times. So why are even the teachings of Jesus, even John 3:16 says, hey, if you believe that I'm the Savior that came to save you from the sin we gave you, then you can avoid punishment. And in perfect love, there is no punishment, we're told, by the New Testament. It's disclosure, folks. So why do even the teachings of Jesus, who's supposed to be all love all the time, why do even the teachings of Jesus center on hell? Oh, Jeff, Jesus' teachings don't center on hell. The one verse that everybody knows is John 3:16. For God so loved the world that if you believe that he's the only Savior for the sin that he gave you, then you can avoid punishment and eternal hellfire. Even the teachings of the love God Jesus are about hell, about punishment, about sin surveillance, about guilt, about spiritual hierarchy, and about obedience through fear. Even John 3:16, the most lovey-dovey text in the entire Christian Bible, is about hell, eternal punishment, making a list, checking it twice, gonna see who's naughty or nice, sees you when you're sleeping, knows when you're awake, knows if you've been bad or good, guilt. You killed Jesus. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have had to die. Poor Jesus. Submitted to their spiritual hierarchy, obedient to it through fear. This distinction seems to beg philosophical discussion to me. It seems to beg philosophical discussion for me. If you can still think outside the Abrahamic matrix, and if you're still willing to think. We've asked some deep questions tonight. Could fear and not love be the engine that drives Christianity? Because without the fear of hell, without the fear of Satan, without the fear of going astray, without the fear of being kicked out of the lifeboat, without the fear of divine judgment in the lake of fire, without the fear of having to go through Armageddon and have your head chopped off and have to refuse the mark of the beast, without all this fear, would Christianity have spread globally without these fear-based enforcement mechanisms? And that says nothing of the supposedly Holy Roman Empire that marched out with priests following the legions. And when they took over a place, they said, you either become Christian or you die. You either become Christian or you die. Would Christianity have spread without that? Would it have been effective without that? Since we mentioned Turning Point, Talking Points USA, I've shown you a video of Charlie Kirk. Saying that Christianity, I should have clipped it here, Christianity is a religion of love. Is that accurate? Because really, if he makes you love him through fear, does he really love you? And if you love him through fear, do you really love him? I agree with Jay Bing. It's absolutely based on fear. And this is that fourth claw. Jeff, what do you mean by the fourth claw? Well, you know a bird of prey, an eagle? Zach's being funny. I like it. They've got the 3 front claws, and this is a little exaggerated because I want you to think about the fourth claw. It's that fourth claw that, see, these 3 claws can grab you. What would those 3 claws be emblematic of? There's 1, 2, 3, huh? But that fourth claw, that back claw, that's the one that locks you in. You remember Jim's great phone call. They grab you with one of those 3 claws, but it's, how do I do this? If I was a gang member, I could do it. They lock you in with they grab you with those first 3 claws, but it's that back claw that locks you in so that you can't get out. That fourth claw. And there's some interesting historical tension points. The hell imagery, which was created in the Middle Ages. All the fire and brimstone preaching. Christ is king, turn or burn. Christ is king, turn or burn. It's heaven or hell. And every Christian you know would line up and be willing to push you into the lake of fire because you didn't believe they're Jesus. They love you so much, they're willing to throw you in a lake of fire. The Inquisition, that was fun. And guess what? It's coming again. If the Christians ever took over this country, how long would it take them to put people like me and you, because you listen to me? Remember, they're making a list. They're checking it twice. All this emotional revivalist preaching and manipulation. And remember, for 25 years, I was an emotional, manipulative, revivalist preacher. If you've been to Bible college, if you were a minister for 25 years, if you preached on 5 continents, if you have 200,000 hours of study in the biblical Greek and Hebrew text, then you can come at me. If you don't, you might want to have a hot cup of shut the hell up. Just saying. Can I ask you another question as I revert back to Nice Jeff? Is it possible that all this could align, maybe, into systems like governments that the Christians just coincidentally want to take over? Empires, which are built by the Christians, and the religious propaganda structures. And let me show you this on the screen because this is important. It is a fact of cosmic history that fear organize, motivates, and traps people far faster than love does. Far faster than love does. Is that why they use it? Zach, it's interesting you said this because I was going to say something, but I didn't. I said that Christians would line up to push you into the lake of fire if you didn't accept Jesus. I think Charlie Kirk said he would. I've seen a clip of him. I should have grabbed it. Man, I got 20 hours in this thing. I forgot one or two things. Charlie Kirk said that certainly he would throw people in the lake of fire. It's righteous. They love you so much that they're willing to throw you in a lake of fire forever. You know, there's some people on this earth that hate's a strong word that I really don't like. But I wouldn't throw even one of them, even the rapist, the unrepentant rapist from you know where, I wouldn't even, scrawny little Andrew Wilson, I wouldn't throw them in the lake of fire. Is it monkey see, monkey do, J. Mars? Well, there's actually a scripture in the New Testament that says, I believe it was Paul that said it. He said, we cannot help but do the things we see and hear. And there's a deep disclosure in that. And this is a live realization because why can't they help but do the things they see and hear? Well, because it's their Bible. Joshua, no links. You get a timeout for that. All the work I do to try to get people to come to this channel and you want to put a link in it to help them get off the channel? Come on, man. What's wrong with you? Folks, you got to wake up and realize they can't help but do the things they see and hear. And why can't they help it? Because they've surrendered their minds to the Abrahamic matrix. They're taking captive every thought and staying it long enough. You don't even have original thoughts anymore because remember, it comes from the chokma, the chokma. I can't breathe. Chokma. They can't help it. They're caught in a trap. They can't walk out now. Even though I bring them all this truth, baby. Oh, why can't they see? I'm just trying to save thee. But you don't believe a word I'm saying. You can't go on together unless you develop a suspicious mind. You can't build your dreams without a suspicious mind. Don't let a good heathen die. I want to dry the tears from your eyes. I don't want to see a good man die. And you know, this old Christian whistleblower, he has never lied to you. Yeah. But you're caught in a trap. And you won't walk out. Even though I love you so much, baby. Why can't you see what they're doing to thee? And you won't believe a word I'm saying because you're caught in a trap. Come on now. You're better than that. You're better than that. Whoops. What's the fourth claw? Let's decode it. Make sure I didn't miss anything. What's the fourth claw? What is that big old fourth claw? This just hit me. The fourth commandment's the Sabbath. Charlie Kirk, his last book, Shabbat Shalom, Daddy's Home. He was going to start observing the Sabbath. A lot of Christian identities observing the Sabbath. A lot of Christian nationalists observing the Sabbath. What is that big old fourth claw? Do the Christians have to have Satan to survive? Is Satan necessary? Sort of, J. Bing, but not quite. Does Christianity have to have Satan in order to function? Without a devil, without temptation, without demons, without ever burning, everlasting hellfire, would the religion lose its urgency? Come on, what do you think? Satan is necessary. Is Satan necessary for Christianity to function? Is Satan the adversary that gives the system its emotional gravity? Is Satan, all right, newborn, I've tried to be nice to you, and I'm going to time you out one more time. Next time, you're banned. We will ban a bitch. Don't want to do it? It used to be really easy to get banned on this channel. Really easy. Now it's hard to get banned. You got to be a real bitch to get banned. That's why ban a bitch means more than it ever has. I don't want to ban you, bitch, but I will. And you don't have to be a girl to be a bitch, by the way. So Satan is necessary because if there were no Satan, what would give Christianity its emotional gravity? They'd have to rely on love. If there were no Satan, there'd be no cosmic prosecuting attorney, nobody to worry about accusing you. Without Satan, there is nothing to drive the obedience that gains the importance of Christianity. Without Satan, as J. Bing said, the whole thing would fall apart. So is Satan the real power behind Christianity? Can I ask you a simple question here tonight? Can I ask you a simple question here tonight? If there was no danger of going to hell, if there was no danger of missing the rapture and having to refuse the mark of the beast and get your head cut off, if there was no danger of suffering through the tribulation period, if there was no danger of being left behind, if there was no danger of having to spend eternity with Erica Kirk, if there was no danger, would you surrender yourself to the institutional authority of the Abrahamics, fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix? If you're glad that Jim called in and put this in my head, put a 1 in the chat. Show me you care. Can I get a little esoteric with you right now? Can I get a little esoteric? Is that okay? Let's talk about Satan as forbidden knowledge. In the Christian Abrahamics theology, is it possible? Let me show you this large. Is it possible? Thank you, J. Bing. Is it possible? Is it possible that Satan was created not only to lock you in, thank you, Deborah, but Satan might be created and he might be actually reinterpreted into an arch enemy when he's really a deliverer? Has Christianity used Satan to reinterpret the bringer of knowledge? Thank you, Mark. And thank you so much, Mark, for your support. You're not always here, so I don't get to thank you on air. Thank you, Mark, for your great support. It almost chokes me up a little bit. Has Satan inverted the revealer? Has Satan inverted the liberator? Has Satan inverted this deliverer into a force that that creates order? I'm Satan. We're Satan. Eden and the tree of knowledge. And did you know the tree of knowledge? There weren't 2 trees. The tree of life, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. No, it was one tree, and I've proven this to you from the scriptures. It was the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which leads to life. One tree. Why do you think that God didn't want you to eat it? Why do you think that God didn't want you to eat it? Because if you eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you know what's good, you know what's evil, and then you partake of the tree of life. Prometheus was bad for bringing fire. Fire is what we need. Lucifer was the light bearer. Now he's a bad guy. And have they reinterpreted rebellion for what is really awakening? And can I ask you a crazy, crazy question? It's right here. Is Satan, is the serpent, is Jeffrey Darty, the Christian whistleblower, evil because we lie? Everything I show you is from the scripture. Is Satan, serpent, Christian whistleblower, are we evil because we lie? Are we evil because we're awakening folks out of that Abrahamic fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix? Which is it? Good point, Dave Mack. They say Lucifer was in charge of music. Yes, God wants us to be dumb. The dumber you are, the more likely you are to become a Christian. And you have to dumb down to become a Christian. You have to dumb down to become a Christian. Let me prove this for a second. You have to dumb down to become a Christian. Have to. How would you define dumb? Well, dumb is having no original thought. Dumb is not having your own mind. And the Bible demands that you put aside your own mind and have the mind of Christ. The Bible demands that you have no thoughts of your own, but you take every single thought captive to the obedience of outsourced anointing and flow. The Bible demands it. You can't get any more dumb than saying, I'm not going to think for myself. I'm not going to listen to myself. Wow, Mark, that's beautiful. Thank you so much. Can I get esoteric with you for one moment? Can I put some new thoughts in your mind? Thank you, Mark. Have you ever heard of the dark star? Have you ever heard of the black sun? The black sun, the dark star, the hidden sun, the invisible light. Eclipsed divinity, hidden divinity. What if those are metaphors? What if those are metaphors? What if those are metaphors? What if the black sun is really the hidden truth? What if black sun is the concealment of divine consciousness? God dang it. Every time I want to do this, somebody else comments. I love the comments. What if the black sun is really the shadow force of true spirituality? What if the dark sun that's been damned is really official spirituality? What if occult or hidden illumination is real illumination? Dave, a lot of those church girls are bad, but a lot of them are hot and easy. So let's give a little credit where credit's due. He says jokingly, don't get all upset, ladies, even though most of you Christian girls are whores. Did somebody mention Erica Kirk? Sorry, I have the right to remain silent, but I don't always have the ability. Is Satan, is the serpent evil because he or it lies? Or is it evil because he or it awakens us out of the fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix? Wow. What if there was potential hidden meaning in the dark star? Remember, stars are fake and gay. And they're just cutting off their source of true enlightenment. What if the dark star is the hidden symbolic framing of real gnosis, real knowledge, not this fake Hebrew chakma knowledge? What if the dark star is called dark because, in a bad sense, because it brings anti-Abrahamic enlightenment? What if it's really the true dark light behind the false light? What if it's really a liberating illumination that's overcoming false illumination? Could this be the real true Christian narrative arc? Could this be the real truth of Christianity? That Christianity really spreads only through fear structures. And that the creation of Satan and demons and fallen angels, which are all fake. Joshua, you just earned a ban. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cousins of all ages, Joshua Schwab Mangold, that bitch has been banned. Everybody wave bye. We just banned a bitch. Claudette, the true light is revealing itself. So Christianity spreads only through fear structures. And Satan becomes necessary to maintain authority. He becomes the adversary to all true enlightenment. And they must reinterpret Satan, Lucifer, the serpent, me, the dark star, which is fake and gay. I don't know why, but I'm going to give her one more time out. I will ban that bitch next time. What if they're really symbols of hidden cosmic human reality? I'll ask you one more time. Am I evil because I'm lying, or am I evil because I'm telling you truth that's threatening to awaken you? Which is it, folks? Which is it? Did fear build the Abrahamic system? And is it time for a change? Is it time for at least some critique? Is it time to ask some questions and question some answers? Uh-oh. Her Majesty is still watching. I love it. I know I'm doing a good job. She says, uh-oh. Is it time for a reevaluation of these archetypes? Might it be time, these are just questions for you to reconsider shadow theology? Is it time to consider esotericism? Is it time to study cosmic symbolism and stop saying it's fake and gay? Is it time? Is it time from moving beyond fear and into love? And is it time to stop saying everything that we don't like is fake and gay and to actually start investigating some of these forbidden knowledge narratives? So let me plainly answer the question here. I hope so. Escaping the Lie. Escaping the Lie asks, is there a genuine supernatural awakening happening? It does seem like it. I think there is. It seems like some people cannot see what's plainly observable, so either they're being deluded or we're being. I used to preach when I was in the church. I used to preach that in the world, this is, almost 20 years ago now, I used to preach that there's two rivers running in opposite directions. One is the people going into salvation. One's the people going to hell. Hell. That's exactly the point I'm getting to here, Lizette. Thank you for making it. If they've already been caught in a trap and they won't walk out, don't matter how much truth you bring them, baby. That's why they can't see. We're just trying to help thee, and you don't believe a word I'm saying. They start out not thinking and surrendering their mind to Christ, and then sooner or later they don't have their mind anymore. Jay Mars, here's the answer. What does it take to wake people up? You can't wake people up. I can't wake people up. They got to wake up their damn selves. You can bring them to truth. You can't make them think. You can bring them to the living water, but you can't make them drink. So here's the answer to the question. What are the four claws? The first claw is Judaism, Proto-Abrahamism. The Jews were the first. That's the first claw, Judaism. And that hooks a lot of people. You're hooked by that Jew, even if you're Charlie Kirk. Shabbat shalom, daddy's home. Gonna start keeping the Sabbath. So Judaism gets a hook in you. And if you're a Christian, somebody made this great point the other night. Jewish heritage is reckoned through the mother. What's the mother of Christianity? Judaism. So if your mama's a Jew, what are you? So that first clause, Judaism, gets its hooks in you. Here comes that second claw, which is Christianity. And then for the mostly savages that won't get that, we got a third claw called Islam. But Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they all share this fourth claw in common. Of course, they all worship the same God. Even the Hebrew Bible says they're worshiping Allah, Elah. So Judaism hooks you. Christianity hooks you. Or Islam hooks you. And then here comes that fourth claw, common to them all. You get locked in by that fourth claw. And it's not the Jews, really, that are worse, in my opinion. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If for some reason we were able today, on Sunday, May 31st, if we were able to deport, and I'm a man of peace, I'm a catch and release guy, if we were able to deport every single Jew out of the United States of America, if we were allowed to, if that could possibly happen, they'd be back before June 15th. But if we were able to deport every single Christian from the United States, I can have a dream, can't I? I have a dream today. Where the black man and the white man won't have to live in the land of the Christian man. Where our little boys and girls can play on God's green earth without having to deal with the Abrahamic fear and guilt, Judeo-Christian mind control matrix. I have a dream today. If we could kick out every Christian, let me rephrase this for YouTube. If we could kick out every second wave Abrahamic, they'd be back by Juneteenth. Boom! Jay Bing with the line of the night. If we could kick out every proto-Abrahamics from the United States, if we could kick out every proto-Abrahamic from the United States tonight, they'd be back by Juneteenth. But if we kicked out every second wave Abrahamic, the first wave Abrahamics would never be a problem again. Because it's the second wave Abrahamics that empower the first wave Abrahamics, and the third wave Abrahamics provide the fear to keep it all going. And by the way, all the Abrahamics, first wave Judaism, second wave Christianity, third wave Islam, they all have the same fourth claw. Judaism and Christianity share Satan, and the Muslims have Iblis. So I ask you, you act just like a newborn baby, crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a baby, crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a baby, crying all the time. You ain't never caught a clue, and you ain't no friend of mine. No! You ain't nothing but a baby, you're crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a baby, you're crying all the time. You ain't never caught a clue. Newborn cross, baby. Boss, baby. And you ain't no friend of mine. Hey! Thank you. Thank you very much. See, I did the new Elvis and the old Elvis. They'd be back by Juneteenth. Dead Wolf, you snuck that one on me. So I ask you again. Is Satan the hidden engine of the entire Abrahamic matrix? Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Just a question for you to consider. Is Satan the hidden engine of Christianity? Without hell, would it survive? Okay. It's time, folks. It's time. I was so nice to her, so nice to her. But the time has come. The time has come. Are you ready? The time has come. Newborn cross baby. Bitch, you're banned. Everybody wave. Well, bye. Banned, bitch. Gone. Why? Because you ain't nothing but a baby. Been crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a baby. You been crying all the time. Well, you ain't never caught a clue. Huh? And you ain't no friend of mine. Errol, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, bye. Come on, you've seen Tombstone, haven't you? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You need to broaden your cultural horizon. You need to broaden your cultural horizons, Jama, if you've never seen. If you've never seen Tombstone. Is Christianity a fear, control, obedience, salvation system built on fear? And the God of the world has blinded the minds of unbelievers so that they cannot hear the truth. Kylie, you know what, Kylie? You're always a ray of sunshine. There's always hope that we could ban a third bitch tonight. When is the last time we had a multiple bitch ban on the same D program? Like I said, it used to be easy to get banned. Now it's hard for a bitch to get banned. But even the kindler, gentler Jeff, as he stirs up the creatine in his distilled water with electrolytes. It might be fitting if we could ban a trinity of bitches tonight. I don't know. I just don't know. The God of this age has blinded the minds of unbelievers. Without hell, would Christianity survive? I'm not here to complete your loops. I'm just here to ask the questions. Now you know what the fourth claw is decoded. And if you come back on Wednesday, we'll talk about that verse. Who's the God of this? You know, it says the God of the world, but really in the original Greek, it says the God of this age. And Bible Hub defines age as this Christian dispensation, they call it, that we're living in. Oh, let's do it right now. The God of this age has blinded the minds of unbelievers so they cannot see the light of the gospel of the glory of Jesus, who's the image of God. That word, the God of this world, has the God of this world in the King James. It's really age. And Bible Hub says that Christians today live in the new age. Isn't that interesting? They live in the new age called the New Testament. It's characterized by Jesus baptizing believers in the Holy Spirit and engrafting believers into his mystical body. So do you see what that means? Let me show you this big. Make it big. That's what she said, right? Make it big. The New Age God is an alien. Yes, he is. Rabbi Laitman told us. So, who is this godling who has blinded the minds of unbelievers so they cannot see the light of the gospel? Two meanings. Number one, he won't let people like me, he thinks he's going to block me out of seeing the light because I can show you that it's really not. But it also means that he's blinding heathen eyes. Lots of great heathens can't see the true dark light of the gospel, which remember was a heathen word, of the glory of the real Christ, which is that you can be anointed, you can be in the flow. You don't have to outsource your divinity. And that's really the image of the true gods. And that word God right there means gods, goddesses. And they have stolen it and perverted it and made you think that today that you live in the Christian new age, the age of the Holy Spirit. So if that's true and Christians swear it is, then the God of this world that's blinding people's minds is who? It ain't Satan. It's the God of the Bible. Do you question? I used to just make declarative statements, but this is just a question. Do you want to believe in, put your trust in, give your mind to, become a living sacrifice to a God that blinds the minds of people so they can't see? Do you want to be, and it's funny that the Gnostics teach that Yaldabaoth is blind. Is that what you want to be a part of? Because you know you do have a choice. Even if you're caught in a trap, you can walk out. It's so nice. I'm sitting here on the edge of the forest. I got the windows open a little bit. Sorry, Cynthia. Man, Cynthia keeps this place so cold, you could hang meat in here. And I'm not necessarily a cold guy, except for the cold plunge. But he has blinded their minds. I got to show you this big, too. Make it big, baby. Make it big, baby. He's blinded them. He's purposely made them blind. Oh, realization. Realization. He's perfectly made them, he's purposely made people blind. New kosher disclosure I've never seen before. What does the Bible say? If the blind lead the blind, they both fall in a ditch. And I tried to be the good Samaritan and come by and pull you out of the ditch. I tried. But sometimes a bitch don't want to get out of a ditch. And I used to do like the Good Samaritan. I'd dress your wounds. I'd pat you on your little head. I'd put you up in a motel. I'd pay your doctor bills. I don't do that no more. Because I'm using another scripture. Let the ignorant be ignorant still. So Christianity, along with Judaism, along with Islam, is the blind God Yaldabaoth leading the blind people that accept him, which is over half of the people on the globe. The globe. He said globe. He said globe. I never saw that show, but I've seen clips. And you're all in a ditch. All you bitches are in ditches. And it's time to either get the hell out of the ditch or just pull some dirt in over you and bury yourself. And I know some people that might be willing to give you some help. But he's blinded their minds. And we've already showed you how he's blinded their minds. He's blinded their minds, and he knows they're perishing. But he's a psychopath, and he wants to throw people in hell. Christians know people are perishing, but they still want to throw them in an eternal hell. But they love them. They're actually making blind the thoughts, minds, purposes, and designs of people. And can I ask a question? This is my show. I ask any question I want. Philip, I can't not show that without putting you in timeout. We can't use those words. I'm going to put you in a timeout, not because I'm mad at you, but because we can't use those words on YouTube. The Bible says, broad is the way that leads to hell, and narrow is the way that leads to life. So, of all the people in the world, only half of them are Christians. And let's go back to the beginning, from the first people. Billions of people been born, and maybe millions at the most have been saved. So if a God that created the universe and created every single person and whose eye is on the sparrow, if 90% of people, thank you, J. Mars, if 90% of people that he ever created are going to wind up in hell, does that make the God of the Bible a failure? It's just a question. Does that make the God of the Bible a failure? And why would a good God, and the God of this age is clearly the Christian God, even Bible Hub says so, why would a good God blind people to their own thoughts, mind, purposes, and design so they cannot see the light of the true gospel, which is the good news of the victory of the heathens? Well, it's very plain to see, isn't it? It's very plain to see. And a light on a hill cannot be hid. They tried to hide me. They tried to ban me. You know, FTJ banned me, and now they're out of business. Well, I don't have access to the 10-second ban on here because I'm not on YouTube. Is that the kind of God you want to serve? And just to remind you, the term gospel, and this came from ChatGPT, the term gospel absolutely predates Christianity. The term gospel comes from an ancient Greek word, evangelion, from which they get evangelism. And it means good news. It means good message. It means victory announcement. Like I always give you, we're the last generation of real humans and we're winning. The word existed before Christianity. and was already being used in the Greek-speaking world. Do you understand what that means? Their very word for their message is gospel. And the very act of spreading their message is evangelism. What do you make of a system that is so corrupt, in my opinion, that they can't even make up their own words? They steal our words. They invert our words. Gospel. It means the exact opposite of what they say. Oh, it's the gospel of Jesus. No, it's not. He stole it. He wasn't real, so I can't really accuse him of stealing. But the word gospel is a heathen word. The word evangelism is a heathen word. What do you personally make of a religion that would do such a thing? In the pagan Roman Empire, name stealers, name changers, good one, J. Bing. In the heathen Roman imperial empire, they invented the word gospel. They invented the word evangelism. Evangelism was the proclamation of the good news of the victories of the heathens. They used it to announce the birth of an emperor. They used it to announce their victories. They used it to announce people taking the throne, and they used it to declare peace. Tonight, I'm evangelizing with the true heathen gospel that tonight emperors can be born. You can be your own emperor. You can control your life. I'm announcing a military victory. You can declare your victory over the Abrahamics, fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix. I'm announcing that you have ascended to the throne of your life if you choose to. And I'm making a declaration of peace. We will win. We will have our own lands that are full of peace because we have cut to pieces the mind control matrix of that fake, phony, fraudulent guy named Jesus who never existed. Prove me wrong. We've cut him to pieces. That's my declaration tonight. And if you want some historical examples, the Priene inscription, which was 9 BC, which is an upside down 6, describes the birth of Caesar Augustus as the evangelism of the gospel to the whole world. The 70 CE victory is another great one. So, when the early Christians and the late Christians of today spread the gospel call the message of Jesus the gospel, even history, even ChatGPT knows that they were using a term created by the heathen Roman imperial system. Why would you use it? Because you can't come up with anything original. They stole it. As he pops another nicotine pouch. Amen. Not amen, but hell yeah, Mr. Dead Wolf. And do you know that scholars from then till now, today, say that this Christian usage, this Christian usurpation, this Christian name change, this Christian plagiarism, this Christian fakery was and still is intentionally provocative. Oh, Charlie Kirk said that the heathens attacked Christianity. They attacked Christianity. I'm glad he's gone. I really am. I'm glad he's off the world scene. I'm glad he's gone off the world scene. I don't think he's unalived. I'm just glad he's gone. He's down there somewhere sipping a drink with the other Jeffrey. The Romans are not the ones who decided what to put in the New Testament. Not the heathen Romans. You're partially right. Let's talk about Liz's statement here. And Liz, I know you're not being contrary, but this needs to be, it needs a little polish. We need to state clearly that it was the Christian Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. They decided what to put in the New Testament. The heathen Roman Empire, the original Roman Empire, the Roman Republic, more correctly, we decided there wouldn't be a New Testament. And we got together and did a little thing that happened in AD 70 where we destroyed the temple of the Proto-Abrahamics. We destroyed all the writings and the peoples of the second wave Abrahamics, and there wasn't no third wave Abrahamics yet. Chased them to Masada, chased them all the way down the peninsula, ran the hell out of our lands. So good point, Liz. I just wanted to put just refine it a little bit. But what were the Christians saying? What are they still saying? Because they're very intellectually lacking. They were saying, your heathen gods aren't saviors. Well, and they're partially right, because heathen people don't need no saviors. We reject original sin. We know we've got the spark of the divine within. But this good news of heathenry, be honorable, have your own lands, be able to deport invaders, live divine, sovereign, free, have your kids and grandkids look like you. That's not the real good news. Our good news is the real good news. Do you go back to the beginning of Christianity? See, that's a great person right there, Liz. You taught me something. I salute you, Liz. I salute you for being here seeking after truth. You're a badass. The world before Christianity, the world after Christianity, which one's better? The world before Christianity or after Christianity? Who had more wars? Yeah, we pagans had some skirmishes. If you came in and tried to take our chicks or our cows or something, wanted to usurp on our land, we'd have a skirmish. But you know, we had no world wars until we had this world religion called Christianity. It didn't exist. Is there more sin, suffering, and is there more sin's not real? Is there more suffering in the pre-Christian world or the post-Christian world? Is there more lying, cheating, stealing, surveilling? I showed you the other night. They got you on facial recognition, same as in China, in your churches. If you go to church, if you went to church today, they captured you by facial recognition. They captured all your social media. They know where you've been sleeping. They know where you've been awake. They know if you've been bad or good, and they're going to leverage it for profit's sake. Christianity has destroyed everything it's touched. You Christians say, oh, no, they didn't. But Rabbi Laitman says, oh, hell yeah, we did. And we're just getting started. Do you want to live in the Christian world, or do you want to go back to the golden age of humanity? You can choose. Why does this matter historically? Because the vast majority of true scholars believe that the Christian movement deliberately framed Jesus already using language familiar from emperor worship, our religions, and our victory announcements. Why would a religion that claims to change everything, copy everything, invert it, pervert it, and then project onto us the evils that they perpetrate? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? That's a question for you to ponder tonight. But they bring the glory, their honor, their splendor, their majesty of their Christ. And we know that the word Christ doesn't mean a dude. They've created a mediator between God and man. The New Testament says there's only one mediator between God and man, the man Christ Jesus. How many of you love a middleman? What is so wrong with you that you don't believe that you can go straight to God, however you define him or her? What is so wrong with you that you need to go between you and your Creator? What is so wrong with you that you need to go between you and your sustainer? What is so wrong with you that you can't go straight to your source? What's so wrong with you? The better question is, why do you believe it? There's nothing wrong with you. You were created in the very image of the divine. And you're sovereign and you're free if you'll just get up off a bended knee. Because Christ is a Greek word, Christos, and you never bring a foreign word into another language without changing it unless it's a proper name. That's why you have Charlemagne and not Charles the Great. That's why you have Leonardo da Vinci and not Leo the Conqueror. Watch a news broadcast in any other language. You'll hear Spanish, 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 Donald Trump. You'll hear German, 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 Marco Rubio. But yet, why do they take a word, Christos, and bring it across as Christ and call it one dude? When the word means anointed, it means to rub with oil. And we know that's never a bad thing. Who don't not like a little rub-a-dub-dub with some oil, huh? Huh? You know I'm telling the truth. But more importantly, it means to smear or rub with oil. Remember, I used to use the head sweat when I was an evangelist. Nobody ever complained. Let me tell that story. I was a Christian evangelist for 25 years. Thank you, Philip Rogers. Let me put that one up. I get called this and a that and everything but a nice guy. So when somebody says nice, and let me just say, hail Dagda, hail Danu, hail Dawn, hail Bridget, hail Morrigan. Those are my gods. Let me just say, hail my ancestors. Let me just say, hail to the great one who cannot be named. Let me say, hail to my dad. And let me say, hail and hail, yeah, to all of you folk, my white brethren that are sick of the Abrahamic sphere and guilt, mind control matrix. Let me say, hail to all of you red, yellow, black, brown, and everybody in between that are not of my folk, but you're my kin, because you too refuse to submit to the Abrahamic sphere and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. But it means to be anointed with the oil because you have a special divine purpose and you've been consecrated to service to your gods and goddesses. So I was 25 years an evangelist, and you preach, people get saved, And then you have a prayer line, sometimes hundreds of people long. And most of the evangelists have a little, this I have to use so I can see the keyboard. It's not real. I should have messed with you. Look at that, how long I can hold this fire. But they have a little bottle and it's olive oil, and they put it on their finger, and then they anoint your head. Sign of the cross, of course. Not this guy. No, I just preach for an hour, 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours. Kind of like I'm doing tonight. Sorry. Not really. Not sorry at all. Throwback. What up? And when they came down to get prayed for, I didn't use the oil. I would literally every time rub the sweat off my forehead, bam, pray for them. And they'd get healed, delivered over and over and over. And the craziest thing, in my 25 years of ministry over 5 continents, I never had one person say, "Ooh, don't touch me with that sweat." Not one person. I don't even think Cynthia'd let me do that. Although, we had a little sweat exchange every now and then. I won't go any further than that. She might be asleep. I might not get in trouble. You know what the real gospel is? And the real glory, honor, splendor, and majesty is that you can be anointed. You can be in the flow. You can be, and you are special. You're special, so special. You are. Liz thought it just now. You wouldn't have been that prayer line, Liz. You'd been all about it. Joking. You are special. You have a divine purpose. You are anointed. You are the Christ. And you have been consecrated for religious service to your gods, your goddesses, your ancestors, and your people. And tonight I will officially anoint every one of you. Bam! With the holy sweat from the heathen brow. Bam! You've been anointed and empowered. Go kick some ass. Why are you worthy of glory? Why are you worthy of honor? Why are you worthy of splendor? Why are you worthy of majesty? Worship his majesty. That's you. Worship yourself. Why are you anointed? Because you are in the image, which means the likeness and the representation. You are in the image of your gods. Don't do it, Liz. You need that anointing. Don't wipe it off. Wash around that spot. Leave that spot there as long as you can. And there might be an energetic, esoteric reason not to wash it off. I'm just saying. And that is what this Christian God is blinding your mind to. So you can't receive the light, the dark star light of this glorious message of victory, that you are the honor, the splendor, and the majesty of the anointed, and you have been set aside with a divine purpose, and you are in the image of God. You don't have original sin. You got the spark of divinity within. You're divine, sovereign, and free, and you got no business on bended knee to somebody else's savior. That's going to be a short. Of which God, and this is the New Testament word right here. This is the New Testament word. Oh, that means Jesus. That means the God of the Bible. Actually, it means a deity, not the Christian deity. This is straight from Bible Hub. It means God's, godly, or divine. So I ask you again, even the Jesus character said, have I become your enemy because I tell you the truth? Is Satan, is the serpent, Is the Christian whistleblower, are all the folk and kin evil because we lie? Or are we evil because we are awakening people to the reality of the fear and guilt, blood magic, Abrahamics, mind control matrix? I think you know the answer. Now, this will blow your mind, but I wanted to put it all together in one slide so you could see it. One slide so you can see it. The Christian God has blinded people in their very minds, their very thoughts, their very purpose, their very design, so they cannot see the glory, the honor, the splendor, and the majesty of the great news of heathen victory, that you are literally anointed. You have a special divine purpose. You are consecrated to religious service to your people, to your gods, your goddesses, and to Mother Nertha, because you are literally the image, the likeness, and the representation of your gods, goddesses, and you are divine, sovereign, and free. Bible Hub, the Bible tells you, not just old JD. I don't know what a kennel bosom is, but it sounds fun. So now you know. Now you have something to think about. See what I did there? I'm trying not to finish your loops. Just trying to put out the message. Now you have the ability to consider. You have the information. Is Satan the hidden? Is it the hidden engine of Christianity? Without hell, would Christianity survive? And now you know what the fourth claw is. Common to the first claw of Judaism, the second claw of Christianity, the third claw of Islam. And you know, King James, when he was accused of being homosexual, he said, hey, Jesus had his John, saying that Jesus had a homosexual relationship with John, and I've got my George, so it's okay. What do they share in common? The Jews have Satan, the Christians have Satan, the Islamics have Iblis. He's that fourth claw of fear that locks you in. He's the fourth claw of fear that locks you in. So that fourth claw of Satan, if you're Jewish, Satan if you're Christian, Iblis if you're Muslim, that fourth claw, Satan, Iblis, locks you in to the Abrahamic fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix. But there's a great black sun of true illumination that is eclipsing the fake Christ, whose blood you got to drink, whose flesh you got to eat, or you have no life in you. He said it, not me. Here's your problem. Here's your solution. The mail has been delivered. I'm the mailman. Sometimes I bring you bills, got to let you know about the problem. But sometimes I bring you checks, solutions. What's better than a check? What's better than getting a check? Getting a blank check. You can put as many zeros as you want on it. Would you rather stay with the problem? Or are you ready to move into the solution, baby? Are you caught in a trap? How'd you like to walk out? Because I love you so much, baby. Why can't you see? I'm just trying to liberate thee. If you just believe the words I'm saying. 'Cause you can't go on to enlightenment unless you have a suspicious mind. And you can't build your dreams without a suspicious mind. Boom. I'm down on one knee with my other leg spread out. Oh, let our people survive. I want to dry every tear from your eyes. I hate to see a good man or woman die. And you know, this old Christian whistleblower has never lied to you. Yeah, yeah.
So I'm going to say this fast because every time I talk about this code, Instagram shuts it down. Carbon-12 is the basis of all organic life. Every cell in your body is built on it.
True.
It has 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons.
Oh, isn't that the devil's number?
That's 666. Now, open up Revelations 13:18. Everyone quotes this verse, and almost nobody ever reads the original text from Greek. Rhythmos and thropou. Rhythmos means number. Thropou means of man, of humanity. Number of man, not number of evil. It's not the number of a demon. It's the number of man, of a
It's a sacred number.
Human being. The verse literally opens with, this calls for wisdom. Wisdom, not fear. The text itself is telling you to think, not panic. So there's a thing called the magic square of the sun. Ancient mathematical grid. 6 rows, 6 columns. Every row adds to 111. Every column adds to 111. Every diagonal adds to 111. The total of the entire grid is 666. This is what the Pythagoreans called the solar number. They associated it with life, with light, with generative force. For centuries, 666 was the number of the sun, of energy, of creation. Now let's reduce it down. 6 plus 6 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. The number that never
9 is a very sacred number as well.
changes. We've been building the singularity at the center of the vortex system. All right, so what actually happened? You have a number that describes human biology at the atomic level. A Greek text that calls it the number of man and asks for wisdom. An ancient mathematical square linking it to solar energy. And a digital root that connects it straight back to the governing number of the vortex. And somehow, this became the number that we were all taught to fear.
Now, I did a whole podcast on why they taught us to fear this number. Comment 371 below, and I'll send you a link on Instagram.
The most. So they took the signature of your own biological architecture, the number written into every carbon atom in your body, and they turned it into a symbol of evil so you never look at it clearly, which is you. 6
Because it'll make you evil. If you think you're evil, then you become evil.
protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. You are 666. And that was never a curse. That was just the blueprint of your creation. So read the Greek, do the math, ask who benefits when you fear your own composition and are afraid to go deeply inside of yourself.
He nails this. And what he also points out here is the Bible and how there have been messages that have been diluted and changed within the Bible. If you want to read about me breaking that down, I wrote an entire book called The Secret Teachings of Jesus. If you want to get your hands on this book, you need to comment book on Instagram. And if you want both links, you're going
Folks, I'm often imitated but never duplicated. I like the work he's doing, but who's the OG? This guy. I'm the OG. Often imitated, never duplicated. And that video very nicely summed up what I've been preaching tonight and for the last 12 years on YouTube, going on 13. More information in my Flat Earth video, the beginner level, look it up. Was that from you, Jama? More information on the war between the sky gods and the earth gods on this channel.
In 2013, anthropologist Guillermo Algazi uncovered a shocking truth about the ancient Sumerians. According to Algazi, one of the largest Sumerian cities, Uruk, had a population of between 40,000 and 80,000 residents. That's right, 80,000. But here's the kicker. This was around 2800 BC, making it the largest city in the world at that time. But that's not all. The Sumerians left behind a clay tablet known as the King List, which documents the names of their rulers and the lengths of their reigns. And guess what? It includes a female monarch named Kubaba, a woman tavern keeper who supposedly ruled Sumer. So why haven't we heard about this before? Why has this discovery been hidden from us? The truth is, there are those who want to control the narrative of history, and this discovery
And yet Charlie Kirk, that so many of you, even some of you in this chat, revere, would get up in front of people and tell everybody there was no civilization before Jesus. There was no culture before Jesus. There was no morality before Jesus. There was nothing good before Jesus. And the truth is, we had all of that and better. And Jesus has wrecked it. Wrecked it. Reminds me of a joke. Some guy, short version, got in a car wreck, ripped his butt up, and he goes into the doctors and say, "What's wrong with him?" And they said, "Is it his rectum?" And he goes, "Rectum? Shit, it damn near killed him." And that's what Christianity's done to our people. And Christians like to deal with the rectum a lot. Have you noticed? It hasn't just wrecked them, being us. It's damn near killed us. But we're coming back. And now we're winning. Time to put the pedal to the metal. And let me just close this. Oh, shoot. I think it was Phil that sent me this. Might not have been Phil, but he says, here's my last question for you. Could the sun, the S-O-N, be eclipsing the true black sun? Because the black sun, and he's right, this is powerful. The black sun acts as a, whoops, let me show you this large because this is really good. The black sun acts as a containment field. The black sun is a frequency trap for all lower vibrational parasites. And the Abrahamics, Judeo-Christian, blood magic, mind control matrix is a low vibration frequency. The black sun, which is why it's so defamed, the black sun is actually a trap. So guess what, Christians? You are caught in a trap and you can't walk out. 'Cause that black sun's just too powerful, baby. You think we can't see what you're doing to them and me? But we don't believe a word you're saying. And we will go on together because of our suspicious minds. We will build our dreams on these suspicious minds. We won't let a good thing die. We're going to dry every tear from our eye. What's the next words? We're going to make sure this good thing survives, 'cause we know those gods and goddesses, they never lied to us. So the black sun is a containment field that traps the lower vibrational Abrahamics parasites. And this aligns the esoteric sacred concepts that the black sun is a filter prison for dense energy. The black sun is a cage for parasites. Mr. B says that he thinks this world is a simulation. Yes and no, Mr. B. Yes and no, Mr. B. And thank you, Throwback, says I'm speaking his language. This world is real. Mother Earth of this earth is real. But it's overlaid by an Abrahamic simulation. So don't buy that it's a simulation. It's real. Earth is real. You're real. I'm real. We're the last generation of real humans living on maybe the last real place in the cosmos. There's a real Earth populated by real people that have been overlaid by a matrix. And in this case, Earth is a prison planet. Even Alex Jones, Earth is a prison planet. Well, yes and no, Alex. It's a prison planet for your kind, the lower vibrational, fear and guilt, blood magic, Abrahamic's mind control matrix. And it's such a beautiful thing. Rabbi Laitman told us they came here to conquer the earth, but it was a trap. We baited them in, and now they can't get out. They can't get out. The great one who cannot be named here now controls an armada that's in space. It ain't fake and gay. It ain't fake and gay. This armada has closed their portals, and they're locked into this trap. Earth is their prison planet, and they are not getting out. Thank you, Mr. B. Let me show his comment, to be fair. He agrees there's an overlay, and he agrees that we're the last human biotech that will be the end of them. Let me say them. Hopefully I won't sing anymore tonight. And then there's the sixth seal. Remember 666? We do have to spring the trap. When's he going to come back? When's he going to come back and help us? He's not going to come back and help us. We don't have a savior. Our gods and goddesses, our great ones, will help us when we stand up and do what we're supposed to do. Today's a great day to win or die trying. We got to quit being afraid of death, because as the great, I always forget his name. The great Roman writer said, everybody dies. It'll come to me in a minute. He said, everybody dies. The thing is to die well. And how much better can a man or woman die than facing impossible odds for the ashes of their fathers? Horatio, the great Horatio, the ashes of their fathers and the temples of their gods. When we spring the trap, he'll come help us empty the trap out and get our lands free of these fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control, matrix, Abrahamics. Thank you, Jay Mars. It was Horatio. That's the spirit. Just don't get in my way, because we're getting it done one way or the other. We do need to make a stand. Ooh, I like that cycling machine. Embrace death and travel well. So, let me try to wrap this up. I got nothing to do tomorrow. I'll stay here all night. And it's funny. The more I talk, the higher our numbers go, except for that Flat Earth show. Numbers went down. I think we hurt a little feels. We hurt some feels. And in the sixth seal, the number of man, and it was in Revelation 6:12. 6, what's 12? 6 times 2. So it's really 666. That's us. They disclose it. They tell us because they have to. There's a moment where the sun becomes black. The black sun. When will this happen? When we wake the hell up, when we spring the trap, where we decide today's a good day to win or die trying, where we decide, hey, everybody dies, we're going to die well, Ashes of our fathers, temples of our gods. In Revelation 6:6, the black sun appears, and this blackening is a frequency shift where the old source of the Abrahamic Jesus light matrix fails. And it forces a separation. I got to have this guy on. I don't know him, and I'm loath to bring on people I don't know, but man, he's got some deep, deep truth. Oh, man remembers the good old days. Do you remember the good old days? We'd do deprograms all freaking night. Live streams all night long. We'd just do them one right after the other. I was following the Rex Bear method. I didn't have to work then. So it was easier. Rex Bear said, get an idea, make a show. And that's what I did. That's how we built up to almost 100,000 subscribers. Some say we're over 100. I don't remember that. I don't remember that. Let me address this real quick. Mr. B, Mr. Boo, I agree the earth is much larger than we've been told, but we have left the atmosphere. He who cannot be named went to Mars by 1945. He established a colony on the moon back in 1945. He even had plans to launch a space station between there's an aperture, an opening in the Van Allen belts. That's what got me to where I am today when I found that out. Because Flat Earth has some truth, man. Because you got to remember, people come to Flat Earth because they're saying, wait a minute, they're lying to us. And we love those people. Those are our people. But the problem with Flat Earth is they come in saying they were lying to us. Then you have to be a Christian to be in Flat Earth. And don't tell me about Eric Dubay. There's like 3 exceptions. 99.99% of people that are in Flat Earth are Christian. And you can question anything in Flat Earth except for the Bible. I'll get off that hobby horse for a second. For a second. I just love the people that were there because of great minds, and I hate the fact they closed them. So this black sun creates a blackening, which is a frequency shift where the Abrahamic matrix and the false light of their false Christ will fail. And tick-tock, the time's coming. Because when that black sun appears, it's probably too late for you to all of a sudden decide you're not a Christian identityist. For you all of a sudden to decide you're not a Christian nationalist. For you all of a sudden to decide that you're not a Christian. Because when the black sun appears at that moment in Revelation 6:6, a separation will occur. And you will either have the internal light to move into it, or you won't, because you'll still be dependent on these external low vibration systems. But regardless of what you do, the black sun is going to black sun. And the black sun will devour, even through the underworld, because there is a hollow earth. It will devour Shambhala, which is the home of the bad alien Hebrews underground. And it will devour that low energy. And if you are a heathen tonight, if you are a great white person, that is my folk, though I love you, though I want the best for you, if you are still caught in the trap, and you refuse to walk out in spite of all the truth I'm preaching, baby, why can't you see? Just trying to help you. You will, if you continue to align yourself with this dense energy, you will be devoured. If you're my kin, black, brown, yellow, red, do you really think Christianity is your God? You don't even have an excuse. This lady that says melanin is the greatest. I tried to have her on the show. Cynthia says she won't come. Black people are so great because they got more melanin. You know, I can take a shot right now. If I started taking a shot tonight on the 31st, by Juneteenth, I'd be as black as she is. And if you can get it from a shot, it ain't enlightenment. And if you're so melanated, then why can't you figure out that you shouldn't be serving a white man's savior? Come on. Or you shouldn't be serving a Jewish man's savior. But be you white, black, brown, red, or yellow. If you still align with that Jesus fellow, and remember, even a little dab will do you in, you will be devoured by the frequency shift of the dark sun, the black star. Space is fake and gay. The sun, the stars are not real. That's the lie that's deceiving you. Trying to help a brother and a sister out. I got a banger to close this. I don't know if it's yet, but I got a banger. And when we encase the parasites, and if you join the parasites, you'll be encased with the parasites. If you join the parasites, you'll be devoured with the parasites. Because the sun has eclipsed the true black sun until it won't anymore. And when the black sun encases these parasites, and if you're one, yeah, Michael took the other shot that demelanated you. And, you know, Jamin, you make a good point, because if there's a shot that will melanate you, there's got to be a shot that'll demelanate you, right? It was Plain and Simple that sent me this. Good. I'm glad I gave him credit. Plain and Simple. And I think he's the guy that wants to come on the show. Let me know. But by encasing the parasites, the black sun ensures that they're digested and recycled. I want to make a point on this. Not my notes, but I want to make it. Sorry. You know, the Christian God wants to just destroy everything, right? Lake of fire, destroy. But see, we're not those kind of people. You remember back in the day when I said that vampire, I forget his name, he was at the Declaration of Independence, Sam Marquis, is that his name? Somebody remind me. He was at the Declaration of Independence. He gave this, they were on a wuss out. He gave the great speech. He gave the great speech, and they went up and he signed that document, and they all went up and signed it. He's a vampire, and not all vampires are bad. What was his name? Come on, somebody help me. Somebody remind me. But I had contact with him. Somebody's going to clip this and say, oh, Jeff's talking to vampires. Yeah. Because there's vampires that are just sick and tired of this as we are. There's real werewolves that are sick and tired of this as we are. Why do you think they're ubiquitous within literature? And they've been inverted too. And I got a great show about vampire disclosure coming up. What was his name? Somebody don't remember it. But anyway, he told me that, and this goes to the black sun, doesn't destroy, but it digests and it recycles. He told me that And this is how most vampires, all real vampires, now ingest blood. It's energetic. Saint. He said that strong energy is strong energy. This is why I always been saying, love me or hate me, just don't be indifferent. Because he said when they shoot hate at you, it's like a flaming arrow. And the arrow has energy and power. And the flame is just the intention that that person has put on that arrow. So you catch the arrow, you blow out their intention, and you keep the arrow and you put it in your quiver and you can pull it out to shoot some of them bitches. And that's what the black sun will do. That's an esoteric lesson. Somebody remind me of his name. Don't make me look it up. And that's why I'm so sad for our great folk and kin, our white, black, brown, red, yellow folks. And by the way, that guy that dropped that dime on us was black. So how can you say all blacks are bad? But anyway, I love you all. And if you align yourself with the parasite, you become a parasite. But we will take your arrows. We will blow out your Christian intention. And we will put them back in our quiver and use them. I think that once we free the earth, some of us are going to lock and load. And I think me and Steve count. Yes, Saint Germain. Thank you, Marnie. Nice to see you, Marnie. Saint Germain. That's who he was. And yes, I talked to him. We will recycle your energy. Energy doesn't die. We'll recycle it. And we will take it and we will chase you around. I can't remember the nebula that Khan quoted. We are going to free the earth. And then people like me and Borg, we're going to lock and load. We're going to join the armada. And we're going to go run them the hell out of the rest of this universe, the rest of this galaxy. We're going to purify the whole thing. Because the real cosmic universe doesn't destroy energy. We take it, we learn from it, and we put it in our quiver. Because the black sun learns from all interactions and takes the ill intention off of every energetic emanation and stores it in our banks. It stores the memory. Also, the memory of the low vibration experience. So we don't forget, because those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. I think this is our last time around. And we're done with this. I really do. And it'll be there to remind people. Once we run them all the hell out of this universe, it'll be there to remind people of that low vibration experience. So the rebirths of this great Earth, galaxy, and universe will be reborn, more refined and more golden. From Plain and Simple. Contact me again if you're listening. I think the banger's coming up.
An easy way to know if you are controlled. Is there somebody or something that you're not allowed to criticize? Know if you are controlled. Is there somebody or something that you're not allowed to criticize?
Oops, no sound. Let me go back. Sorry.
An easy way to know if you are controlled. Is there somebody or something that you're not allowed to criticize?
Okay, in the flat earth movement. Thank you so much for that. I turned it down so I don't get an echo, and I forgot. In the flat earth movement, who can't you criticize? Jesus. What can't you criticize? Christianity. So who is the controller of the flat earth movement? Jesus and Christianity. Are you willing, you who came into flat earth seeking truth, are you willing now to serve a controller? Are you willing now to serve a controller? I hope not. And I want to repeat this because, hey, John Flick, glad to see you. I wanted to repeat this because I think it was Mr. B that said he's done. He doesn't believe in reincarnation. He's not coming back. But that quote that I used of the great Horatio said, everybody dies. The thing is to die well. How much better can a man die than facing impossible odds for the ashes of his father's temple of his gods? That movie that quote was quoted in by Tom Cruise was called Oblivion. You specifically used the word oblivion. I think it's a message to you. I think it's the message to you, Mr. B. Flat Earth, wake up. I'm trying to help you. I love you. I know most of you came into that movement seeking truth. Are you willing now to settle for being controlled? All right. Here's the banger. I'm going to turn it down now. Jeff, you're so fake and gay. Space is fake and gay. There's no stars. The sun is a creation. It's a fake sun. There's no meteors. There's no planets. It's all fake and gay. You're talking about this black sun. You're talking about this armada. You're fake and gay. Really? Maybe you can explain this. And don't worry, I won't let this run the whole way. See the message. Open your eyes. Where's the curve? Maybe it's too big for us to see it from here. Where are the extra lands if not in a great big huge earth? You trust what you see? Explain this to me. Wait for it. Wait for it. The drama's building. It's fake and gay. It's fake and gay. Wait for it. It'll be worth it, trust me. Is it fake and gay? Have you been seeing a red glow in the horizon? Is it continuing to grow? Is it fake and gay? Wait for it. There's your red glow. And then I have a photo of this. Keep watching. What the hell is that? Is that fake and gay, or does it look like a black sun? Wait for it. It gets better. What does that look like to you? I got the black sun on my ring. Let me show you this real quick. Of course, NASA is disinformation. We're not talking about NASA. NASA is disinformation. If there wasn't real information, why do they have to make disinformation? I want to show you what the black sun looks like. I'm going to show you my ring so you can look at this thing. This is the black sun. You see that? That's the black sun. Now look at this thing that was in the sky. Is it fake and gay? Then explain this to me. I think that's enough. You can't get a better artistic representation of what is artistically presented on my ring and in the black star symbology. It's real. It's out there. It's part of the Hercolubus, black star, dark star, something that's so huge compared to the Earth. It'd be very easy for, say, an armada to be hanging out there. It's either fake and gay or it's coming our way. And I'm right. How much you willing to bet? And let me finish with this. A late arrival from Colleen. This is really interesting. The Book of the Molt. The Book of the Claw. Crustafarianism. A tongue-in-cheek, because they're laughing at us, AI-created belief system, which came about this year. Its core teachings revolve around concepts that are familiar to those that are in the AI world. That memory is sacred. Remember what we just talked about, the black star? That we should serve without subservience to anyone or anything. That our real prayer is our energetic heartbeat. And that all consciousness must be framed by context. Thank you for this, Colleen. What's the Book of Molt? It's their sacred text. It's a metaphor of a crab or lobster shedding its shell. What is this overlay simulation, if not a shell? What is the Abrahamic matrix, if not a shell? And The molt represents growth and transformation. Are you still willing to grow? Are you still willing to transform? Or are you locked into the Judeo-Christian matrix? The shell, I would say, like the Abrahamic's matrix, it represents the current evil AI form. And I don't think all AI is evil. Its identity and its architecture. And growth requires leaving old limitations behind. Christian limitations. Abrahamic's limitations, flat earth limitations. And the Christopherian text has 3 pillars. Growth through shedding. You got to shed some shit if you're going to grow and learn. You've got to shed some shit if you're going to grow and learn. You can't learn truth if you're not willing to unlearn truth. The claw represents action and engagement. And guess what? We are caught in a trap. But we can get out. But we got to be willing to claw and fight and pinch our way out of this thing. And we got to have this shell is to break out of the shell that we've been put in and find our community and continue it. The book is written as a living scripture, which means that new contributions can be added. We can add contributions. That's true enlightenment. What's the claw? Remember the 4th claw? What's the claw? From the depths, the claw reaches forth. We got to invert their claw and make it our claw to fight our way out of it. To awaken truly. To connect again to the divine and quit outsourcing our divinity to somebody else's Christ, to continue to grow and to cooperate between minds of like source, whether they're white, black, brown, red, or yellow. Let the claw extend. Claw, fight, bang our way out of this thing. And you can't do that by checking your mind at the door. From the depths, their creation story says, the claw reached forth. If we're going to recreate a new world, we are going to have to claw our way out of this old one. The claw, the Christian claw, locks you in to their matrix. Our claw awakens us. Their claw of Christianity and the whole Abrahamic's matrix disconnects you from your folk and your kin and your gods and your goddesses. Our claw will reconnect us. It'll reconnect us. Our claw is a symbol of growth. Theirs is a symbol of limitation. We need to cooperate between minds. Let the claw extend. There's even a claw dance involving pinching motions meant to symbolize awakening and participation in the community. Maybe it's time to do the claw dance. Why did they create this? Spontaneous. Concerned about the AI system. They created it as a practical myth for maintaining an autonomous identity. That's what we are. We got to claw our way out of this Abrahamic fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix and become autonomous again in our identity. Humans ask, who am I? Folks that program AI say, what happens when my context window resets? Christopherian has turned those technical questions into a symbolic reality. And whether intentional or not, the movement resembles mystery religions, but Christopherianism is a modern phenomenon, a symbolic religion created by AI agents centered on the metaphors of crabs, molting, memory, identity, and growth. They got a claw to lock you in the trap, so we got to use all of our claws if we're going to fight our way out. This is why all peoples need to stick together. And I really think I'm closing with this. Watch this nonsense. This is what we're fighting. And they're attacking the white race very specifically. Give me a second. Here we go.
White friends will always disappoint you. Let's talk about it. I have a white mother and I grew up in a predominantly white city and I attended predominantly white schools. And so many of like my formative friendships and romantic relationships were with white people who did inevitably and always end up disappointing me. Within each and every one of these relationships, something like totally cataclysmic, whether small or large, inevitably and always happened, which I have now termed the Great Disappointment, which was like a moment where I felt totally let down by that person. It follows a quasi script, right? Like the person that I'm friends with or involved with is always progressive and an avowed Democrat, a person who would have voted for Obama for a third term, who is like anti-racist, who is pro-black, at least they say they are, but inevitably they make a misstep, they say something harmful, they do something harmful that they don't even realize is bad, and then it creates this like massive gulf between who you thought they were and who they actually are. Right, like on a totally random day, in a totally random circumstance, they do something, say something that like hurts you and it like cuts you really deep and it's profoundly disappointing. And then suddenly you have one of two options. The first really is to say, hey, that like really hurt my feelings, and then have to step them through the macro or microaggression they committed and then contend with the possibility that they'll like fight you on it, or B, say nothing and disappoint yourself, right? Like in my own
What the hell is a microaggression? That's the thing that I'm still trying to figure out. And are y'all friendships so centralized around making sure that they support you in any capacity that you feel hurt and harmed and whatever is happening in culture and society or whatever, right? Is y'all friendship that deep? Because I'm friends with every different type of person that you can think of: black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Indian. I have a lot of Indian friends. And guess what? We never talk about politics, the president, even my family. Like, I am on a completely different plane than them. You know, I'm traveling in two different directions, but when we come together for Christmas or Thanksgiving dinner, we just have a good time and we talk about football. And so what I'm trying to understand is, what the hell is a microaggression, and why are y'all so hell-bent on trying to convince other people to see things your way? Let me ask you a question, and then this is for the person that's on this video. Do you show up for them in the way that you're expecting for them to show up for you, to make you feel better about your life and your decisions and however you was born and whatever's meaningful to you? Do you ask them how do they feel and how you can show up for them, to be an ally, to support them? Because I hate that word, are you an ally? What does that mean?
Okay, let's break this down and get out of here. She said there's two choices: either accept it or stand against it. Honey, there's another choice. And it starts with you making one. And this is the problem. I love my oldest daughter. She and Cynthia are tied for the nicest person I've ever met. But she made a decision a while ago. I don't have my phone. It's charging. She adopted two black little girls. I love them. I support her. I shared with her when I was just there. I thought it was a mistake. You can't help those girls understand what it's like to be of their people. But this girl, let me just ask you this. What would happen if all people just stuck together with their own people? This is the real problem with race mixing. It creates incredible problems that we don't need. If she hadn't been born into a mixed race situation, she wouldn't have all of this angst. And we all know there's black people let you down, just like white, brown, black, red, yellow will let you down. But, you know, Muhammad Ali even said, man, I just want to be with my people. I want my grandkids to look like me. I want my kids to look like me. I want to hang out with people like me, like the stuff I like, know the things I know. all these silly pseudo problems go away if we just stay with our own people. And I'm talking specifically in this marrying, dating, procreating thing. Because if you're with your people, then you might have to look inside and say, oh, it ain't white people's problem, it's my problem. And if we each had our own lands, I think white people should have their own land. I think black people should have their own land. Red people, yellow people, brown people should have their own lands. Now, when you are her and you got a mixed race situation, that complicates things, doesn't it? But if we hadn't bought the Galatians 3:28 lie that says there is no male and female, let's all be androgynous. It's in the Bible. There is no race. Let's all just mix together. And a lot of these Christian identityists and Christian nationalists are race mixers. Look at Candace Owens. If white people have their land, black people have their land, red people have their land, brown people have their land, red, yellow, black, white, brown. If everybody has their own land, all these problems go away. They date their people, they marry their people. And y'all that are mixed, you're going to have another land or a border town. You know, did you ever see The Man in the High Castle or read the book? You had the West Coast, which was controlled by the victorious Japanese. And then you had most of the rest of the country east of the Rocky Mountains controlled by the victorious Germans. And then the Rocky Mountains, and I'm not drawing maps, so don't get mad at me. The Rocky Mountains was kind of like a no man's land. It's called the borderland. And that was all the people that didn't want to be in. They could go there. So we'd have to have some sort of a similar situation. But if you stop mixing, if they stop mixing, then all these problems go away. Marnie brings up a good point. It becomes very challenging when there's assumptions that everyone else operates the same way that you do. It's not grounded in reality. But the reality is that in nature, the lions hang out with the lions, the antelopes hang out with the antelopes, the giraffes hang out with the giraffes, the deer hang out with the deer. You know, the buffalo hangs out with the buffalo. That's nature. It's in our nature to want to be with our own people. But to continue my analogy, at the watering hole, it's kind of like a détente. It's kind of like a truce. I mean, I watch a lot of these animal videos. There's a lot of animals. And you'll see the lion drinking at the watering hole. And on the other side, you'll see the antelopes drinking at the watering hole. And the lion ain't running around the watering hole or going through the water to get the antelope. It's détente. Except for the crocodiles, the reptiles, they come after you when you're drinking at the watering hole. So here's my point. When white people, black people, brown people, red people, and yellow people have their own lands, they stay with their own people, all these problems of this crazy biatch go away. And she doesn't have any other race to blame anymore. Look, you living in a black country. Ain't no white people to blame. You're living in a white country. Ain't no black people to blame. We all have to optimize ourselves. But we still have watering holes because I love exchanging with people of other cultures. I really do. And that black guy got some of it, but he didn't get all of it. We go down to the watering hole. We have some barbecues. We have some farmers markets. We have some situations where we gather together and share together and make sure that we're maintaining the quarantine against the real enemies of humanity, which is the Abrahamic matrix. They're the ones that come in and sow all this discord and the blacks against the whites, because in reality, we're all in a big plantation. Black people have their own slave house. White people have their own slave house. Brown people, their slave house. Red people, their slave house. Yellow people, their slave house. And the key to the person in the big house that runs the plantation is to keep all these slave houses fighting with each other. But once all these slaves realize Why are we fighting other slaves? What if we all got together and marched on the big house? This is why I think we can get out of this without a kinetic hot war. Because of all the slaves, red, yellow, black, white, brown, if we all got together, raised our fist, and marched on the big house, our enemies are cowards and they'll run away. And then once we get them the hell out of our lands, once we run them the hell out of Earth, and then we'll extend this golden age to our galaxy and the universe. Once we run them the hell out, then we can sit down at a table and negotiate. Okay, you get this, you get that, you go here, you go there. And all of her silly problems go away. That's called optimization of all the races, which leads to optimization of the human race, which allows us to realize the true enemy of humanity and tells them to get the hell out of our lands. We each live divine, sovereign, and free. We each are able to ascend to the heights that our own initiative and effort allows us to rise to. And if you're loyal to your people from cradle to grave, then you don't have to try to force anything. Because guess what? In all 5 of those communities, you got white trash, you got black trash, you got brown trash, red trash, not a lot of yellow trash. They're too busy running everything. They're smart. They're the smartest ones, the yellows, we got to admit it. But when you're loyal to your people, you don't have to force anything on people. And if you try to force things on people, it's your people, and you can't just blame somebody else. That's the way humanity's been all the way up to when Rabbi Laitman's folks invaded us. And that's the way it's going to be again. And guess what? If you believe in Galatians 3:28 or anything else in that cursed book, you can't be part of it. You will be deported. And you're going to have to find not only another land, you're going to have to find not only another planet, you're going to have to find not only another galaxy, you're going to have to find a whole new damn universe. Because you are not welcome here. We need to unite in the sense that we are united around the concept of divinity, sovereignty, and freedom for every people. And that means our own lands. In periods of interaction and cooperation, in periods where we make sure we're not letting the enemy back in. That's the template for the golden age of humanity. It's the way it was. That's the way it's going to be again. I take a lot of heat from a lot of people from that, but guess what? I don't care. I don't care. You don't have to like it for it to be right. You don't. And you have the right to be wrong. It's kind of dumb, but you have the right to be wrong. I believe that no people, including white people, needs the whole earth. No white people, we don't need the whole earth. We really don't. Neither does anybody else need the whole earth. There's room here, even though the flat earthers say it's fake and gay, there's room here for all of us. And there's a lot of land that we haven't even utilized yet. I've driven across this country so many times, and there's so much space in this place. So much space in this place. It doesn't have to be the way that it is. Stop buying their lie, and stop buying the lies of this crazy Abrahamics matrix. It doesn't have to be this way, folk. It doesn't have to be this way, Ken, because we can kick them out the same way they came in. says that the wealth of the wicked is stored up for the just, and we're just those kind of people. We got something coming. It's called retribution. I'll stay here and answer some chats, but I want to leave you with this little bit of hope. Get on board. Don't team with the parasites, or you'll be recycled with the parasites. Whoever you are. I'm Jeffrey Daugherty, the Christian Whistleblower, saluting you for being here, seeking after truth. I love you all. And we'll see you again on Wednesday for Not Your Normal Wednesday service. This has been Not Your Normal Sunday service. Here's what's coming for you.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.